I would like to welcome everyone to the May 16th, 17th, 2023 meeting of the Wildlife Resources Committee. Callers and those joining via Zoom have been placed on mute. And when it's time for members of the public to speak, they'll receive instructions on how to indicate they would like to speak to an agenda item. Please make sure to keep your microphone on mute unless you have been called on to speak. And I want to acknowledge that today we're meeting on unceded rocks and I want to acknowledge all California Native American communities who have inhabited California lands for thousands of years and are deeply connected to the fish, wildlife, and habitats we manage. We take seriously our trust relationship with these sovereign tribal governments, and we do our work together with and with much respect and gratitude for those who have lived in California since time immemorial. The main purpose of our committees, including the Wildlife Resources Committee, is to engage in refinement and discussion of items that were brought to us and approved in a prior commission meeting. So I want to welcome participants today to engage in constructive, respectful, and focused dialogue about the items on our agenda. And I'm going to turn it over for technical notes to Ari.
Okay, thank you, Co-Chair Zavaleta.
Cynthia, could you turn on the video for the meeting room?
Oh, yeah. Okay, if you're participating in the Zoom webinar and calling in by phone, please make sure that your phone number and your Zoom webinar are linked. If you logged into Zoom first and use the call me option, the linkage happened automatically. Please note that if you are joining by phone only and wish to speak to an agenda item, staff will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. If you're having technical difficulties with the meeting, please contact FGC at fgc.ca.gov. That's FGC at fgc.ca.gov or 916-902-9286. Once again, that's 916-902-9286 if needed. Zoom's chat feature has been disabled. And I can go into introductions. Mike?
Great, yes, thank you.
So welcome everybody to this meeting of the Wildlife Resources Committee. The committee has 2 commissioners who co-chair each meeting. We have 1 with us today. Our goal today is informed discussion to guide future decision making, and we need your cooperation to ensure our lively dialogue. We're operating under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, but we have to note that the committee chairs cannot take action independent of the full commission. Instead, they make recommendations to the full commission at the meeting. Proceedings are being recorded, and items may be heard in any order pursuant to the determination of the chairs. Committee meetings operate informally, and they provide opportunity for everyone to provide comment. So if you wish to speak on an agenda item, please raise your hand and wait to be recognized, whether in person or on Zoom. Provide your name and affiliation if you have any, and the number of people you represent. Time is limited, so please keep your comments precise and brief to give others time to speak. And if you're speaking on public comment, the subject matter you present should not be related to any item on the current agenda. That's the last item for today. I want to introduce the staff that we have on hand. So as I said before, we have Co-Chair Zavaleta with us today, chairing the meeting. We have Melissa Miller-Henson, the Executive Director of the Fish and Game Commission. I am Ari Kornman, the Wildlife Advisor for the Commission, and we are also joined by Cynthia McKeith, Staff Services Analyst, and by David Howe, Analyst on the Zoom with us. From the department, we have Chad Dibble, Deputy Director for Wildlife and Fisheries Division, Dave Best, the Deputy Director in Chief of Law Enforcement Division. I believe we also have Robert Pelsman from the Law Enforcement Division. We are also joined by Jay Rowan, Chief of the Fisheries Branch, and Scott Gardner, Chief of the Wildlife Branch, Dan Scalos with the Wildlife Branch, and Karen Mitchell with Fisheries Branch. Tomorrow we'll be joined by Vicki Monroe, Heather Perry, and Christy Craig, all from the Wildlife Branch. And that's all for introductions. And I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, great, thanks. And welcome to all our close partners at the agency and at the commission and staff, as well as members of the public. So the first item on the agenda is to approve the agenda and the order of items. And we do have a couple of items that are going to be continued. First on 10A, item 1, the bear management plan, and 10B2, the striped bass slot limit. The department, my understanding is, has no update, so we're going to continue those to the September WRC meeting. And people wanting to speak to those items that are now going to be continued till the next meeting, I want to invite to comment during item 5, general public comment, for items not on the agenda, because we are not going to include them in the schedule for tomorrow.
Item number 9 as well.
Oh, and thank you. Okay, so we're also continuing item 9, take of non-game mammals. Thank you. And I think, so we're continuing that to a future meeting, and before we, I'll just ask now, should we just skip over that one in the order of items when we get to it tomorrow? Because I have a couple of things I just want to speak to on that. I'm going to do that now.
I think you could speak, at that time.
At that time. Okay.
I think that'll be fine.
Okay.
But as will be continued.
Okay.
Discussing it.
So I want to make a note of that we're going to continue that one to a future meeting. No, it's still pending here. I'll take a minute to give folks an update about where that is in a little bit more detail. Okay. And do we go on to item 2 then? Okay, great. So our second item today is inland sport fishing regulations. And so this is an opportunity to discuss and potentially make a recommendation to the commission about periodic inland sport fishing making. And I'm going to turn it over to RA just to remind folks, I feel like we just did this, but to remind folks about how to make comment really briefly. So if folks would like to comment on this item, listen to RA's suggestions.
So if you'd like to make a comment and you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand button to raise your hand. If you're participating on your computer, the raise hand button is located at the bottom of the window and also at the bottom of the participant. You may have to hover your pointer over the Zoom window for the row of options to appear. On the mobile app, raise hand is located at the bottom of the screen. When your audio has been unmuted, you may need to click yes when prompted to unmute your microphone. If you're on the phone only, please press *9 on your phone once to raise your hand and alert us that you'd like to speak. If you press *9 on your phone a second time, you will take yourself out of the queue. So don't do that unless you want to lower your hand. Cynthia will manage the queue of speakers and let you know when it's your turn to speak. You'll need to unmute yourself using the Zoom button or pressing *6. Okay.
Okay. Do you have a presentation?
Yeah, I'll give it just a real short introduction because I don't want to steal much thunder from the presentation. So at the last Wildlife Resources Committee meeting in January, we saw a presentation on the next proposed inland sport fishing regulations package. It included 3 items and a recommendation having to do with the North Yuba River. Today, the department is going to present the details of the proposed rulemaking, including a new proposal regarding Bear Creek. Karen Mitchell from the department will be giving that presentation. So can we get her presentation up?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great.
Here it comes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner Zavaleta, department staff, commission staff, members from the public. Again, my name is Karen Mitchell. Thank you, Ari, for the introduction, and I am the regulations specialist for fisheries branch for the department. And I will be presenting the department's proposed changes to the sport fishing regulations for the 2024 angling season. Next slide, please. So we're only presenting a handful of changes for next year. And those include changes to Churro Creek, Russian River, Los Gatos Creek, Bear Creek. And I'll also be presenting a discussion about a proposed change to the North Fork Yuba River, and then hello, and our proposed regulatory timeline. Next slide. So for Churro Creek, the lower portion of Churro Creek that flows into Morro Bay is open to steelhead fishing, but this section of Churro Creek overlaps with the Morro Bay State Marine Reserve. And the State Marine Reserve is part of California's marine protected areas, which does not allow fishing. So we're proposing to align the fishing boundary of Churro Creek with the MPA boundary, which is the mean high tide line. And this will reduce approximately 3/4 of a mile of steelhead fishing in Churro Creek. Next slide, please. So here's the map of Churro Creek and the proposed regulation changes. The main red line to the left, that's the old channel for Churro Creek. So we actually have to change the description just a little bit of the regulation to match the current main channel on the right. And you can see it goes into all the way downstream into Morro Bay. We need to move that fishing boundary upstream approximately 3/4 of a mile to the mean high tide line. And that's where the yellow and red line intersect with the solid red line. And again, that's going to eliminate about 3/4 of a mile of steelhead fishing in Churro Creek. Next slide, please. So for the Russian River, fishing is prohibited in the Russian River State Marine Recreational Management Area. And from now on, I'm just going to call that the management area. The only reference to the management area is in the sport fishing regulations booklet. It's not in the inland booklet. So anglers who are fishing for anadromous and freshwater species, they don't often check the ocean booklet. So we need to put a new subsection under the Russian River that clarifies that fishing is not allowed in that portion of the Russian River of the management area. So we're just proposing to add a new little subsection to the Russian River that defines that management area. Next slide, please. So for Los Gatos Creek, the trout and the steelhead fishing regulations on Los Gatos Creek, they overlap for about 2 miles, and the intent is to keep these two fisheries separate. So the steelhead fishing boundary is below Vasona Lake, and the trout fishing boundary is above Camden Avenue Drop, but Camden Avenue Drop is below Vasona Lake. If you can show the next slide, please, I'll show you on a map this regulation change. Okay, so if you can see on the map, the steelhead regulations are below Vasona Lake Dam, and the trout regulations are above Camden Avenue. So they overlap in that solid red line for about 2 miles. And the intent is to keep those two fisheries separate. So what we intend to do is to move the trout boundary from Camden Avenue up to Vasona Lake. So that will separate the two fisheries. Steelhead fishing will be below Vasona Lake Dam, trout fishing will be above Vasona Lake Dam, and that is to protect the California Central Coast steelhead. Next slide, please. So for Bear Creek, we currently have 2 conflicting regulations for Bear Creek and the special fishing regulations. In January, we moved the Bear Creek regulations under the Fall River Complex regulations that failed to remove the old Bear Creek regulation from the special fishing regulation. So all we're proposing to do is remove the old Bear Creek regulation, remove that from the special fishing regulation. Next slide, please. So the commission received a petition from the public to change the regulations on the North Fork Yuba River. The petition requests to change the regulations back to catch and release fishing during winter. A couple of years ago, during the regulation simplification project, we changed the regulations from catch and release in winter to a 2-fish bag limit. The department believes that having a 2-fish bag limit is not going to have any long-term effect on the wild trout population in the Yuba River, and staff are monitoring the Yuba River fishery to make sure that it's not being impacted by the new regulations. So the department is recommending that the commission deny this petition to change the regulations back to catch and release. Next slide, please. So for these proposed changes, At this moment, we're requesting Commissioner Zavaleta to move these proposed changes to the full commission. If so, we would request to go to notice at the June commission meeting. The discussion meeting would be in August. The adoption meeting would be in October. And if the commission adopts these regulations, they would go into effect in January 2024. Next slide, please. And that's it. If anybody has any questions.
Great, thank you so much for the presentation, Karen. I think we can go to discussion with members of the public if there's anyone who'd like to comment or to ask questions. Okay, do we have anyone in the queue?
We have no raised hands on Zoom right now.
Okay, we have nobody in person.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, everything that you provided in the presentation before the petition item, I just want to reflect it's like it's really straightforward. Just sorting out conflicting boundaries and making sure that the regulations are clean and available to the public in the appropriate documents and so on. I think that's all really straightforward. And I understand, the UBA petition came up for consideration, and there was a case there that had to do with a few different things, but it sounds like, given the department's analysis, it doesn't make sense to grant that petition. So, hearing nothing further, I'm going to recommend that the commission support the proposed regulation changes for inland sport fishing as proposed by the department as discussed today.
Just to be clear, just to clarify, the petition was already granted.
I'm sorry, thank you.
This isn't deciding whether to grant or deny the petition. It was already granted. This is just deciding whether to actually go forward with proposed changes in a rulemaking. The recommendation from the department is to not go forward with those. Just to clarify.
Thanks, sorry, that's my mistake.
That language right for me.
Thanks.
Okay, and thanks again, Karen, for the presentation and your work on that.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay, we can go to the next item. Item number 3, wild pig validation. And I'll turn it over to Ari for an introduction.
Okay, wild pig is a non-native invasive species that causes damage to natural areas, agricultural lands, and other areas throughout California. Additionally, individual pigs are vectors for diseases. It could be a public safety hazard. Senate Bill 856 was signed into law in September of 2022 and made a number of changes to Fish and Game Code having to deal with wild pig management. The changes in SB that were signed into law in SB 856 may require amendments to the Commission's regulations to bring the regulations into alignment with the new statute. And so to tell us about the new statute and potentially some regulation changes that may be necessary is Dan Scalos from the department.
All right, thank you, Ari. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioner Zavaleta, other commission staff, other department staff, and members of the public. My name is Dan Scalos, and I am the Upland Game Unit Supervisor for Department of Fish and Wildlife in the Wildlife Branch. And as Ari has teed up here, my presentation is the introduction to the rulemaking effort around Senate Bill 856, wild pig validations. It's a lot more extensive than just simply the validations, and we'll get into that. Next slide, please. So this bill was sponsored by Senator Bill Dodd of the Napa-Sonoma region. A number of his constituents in the agricultural industry are significantly impacted by the damage caused by pigs. And so it certainly was a good nexus with Senator Dodd. This bill was signed into law in September of 2022. Some of the provisions have become effective already as of January 1st of 23. However, the bulk of the package will become effective on July 1st of 2024. And the intent is to provide the department and the public more tools to simply manage wild pigs. Next slide. So we're going to go through this in kind of twofold. We're going to start with the statutory information and then move on to Title 14, which is kind of our responsibility to handle. And so this bill impacted 19 code sections, and it created 4 new code sections. Many of those are just simply for consistency and administration. For example, you can't take wild pigs. You have to take wild pigs with non-lead ammo. You can't use things like steel-jawed traps. We're replacing words like tag with validation and establishing a validation fee structure. And some of those things will become more clear here in a minute. In those sections that we're really not going to get into are here listed below. Next slide. So I got a couple of slides here where the images aren't necessarily for aesthetics, they're for informational purposes. This gentleman is standing in a cattle pasture in Sonoma County, and there you see the extent of pig damage to the sod there. Pretty extensive. So to move on to this first sort of cornerstone of this rulemaking, the legislature has established a new category of wildlife, that is the exotic game mammal. It essentially separates pigs from game and non-game animals and allows us flexibility in setting regulations for these animals. Next slide. It's also put forth a very detailed description of what a wild pig is to differentiate them from domestic pigs. So for example, here we have this image here on the right. The individual on the left is a domestic pig. The individual on the right is a wild pig. And the first part of this particular statutory section says a wild pig does not have a permanent mark, that being a brand or a tattoo or a visible tag. If we look at this individual here on the left, you can see in his right ear he has a tag. So we can identify him there as a domestic animal. The section also is very detailed on physical characteristics, particularly revolving around the coat, head, snout, ears, legs, tail, and teeth. Now, if we just simply, again, use this image here on the right, we can look at this wild animal or the wild pig on the right, look at his coat, long, coarse hair. That's part of the definition. The head and the snout and the ears, you can see there very, very stark differences between these two animals. And that allows members of the public to identify whether a pig is a wild pig or domestic pig. And this last section here kind of ties it all together, right? A wild pig is a free-roaming pig, a feral pig, a European wild boar having no visible tags, markings, or characteristics indicating that the pig or boar is from a domestic herd. All right, next slide. The next cornerstone of this bill package establishes a validation in place of tags. This, I think, is a big win for hunters. Right now, each tag is $26. The fee is going to be similar, $27. However, the validation gets you unlimited take. So if purchasing an additional tag was ever a barrier to additional pig harvest, that has been removed. And of course, the validation has been placed in place of tags within the lifetime license big game package. Need to make that clear to those folks. There's an additional statutory change that allowed wild pigs to be taken with a 2-day non-resident license. I think this will be a big boon to certain guide services. Before, non-residents had to buy a full annual non-resident license, which is right now is about $205. And the 2-day non-resident is $58. So a significant savings to those folks there. Wild pigs per section 3040, wild pigs can be taken on free hunt days. Again, with the validation, but that should make those free hunt days more appealing to certain folks. Next slide, please. There's another statutory requirement that requires the department to engage landowners to alleviate damage by wild pigs through hunting, specifically through the Shared Habitat Alliance through recreational enhancement, otherwise known as the SHARE program. So this may come to the department by way of folks that already have a depredation permit, are applying for a depredation permit, or it's simply consulting with the department on how to handle damage to their property by wild pigs. And the benefits to them are essentially, 2 or 3-fold, depending on how you look at it. One, they're allowing public access to the property, and just the direct hunting removes wild pigs from the property and also hazes them off of the property, but it also provides them a sort of cost recovery. It's not necessarily what the program is intended for, but if they allow public hunting opportunity, we pay them essentially for that opportunity. Next slide, please. They've also amended statute to allow the validation revenues to be put in the big game management account for expenditure by the department. Of course, this is through a grant solicitation on a competitive proposal basis. But it does provide a mechanism for habitat restoration and expanding additional hunting opportunity. Next slide, please. This is a big one here. Captive hunting operations, we refer to them in code as contained hunting preserves. I think they're more commonly referred to in the hunting public as high fence operations. This statute prohibits new contained hunting preserves henceforth. However, businesses in operation before January 1st of 2022 can continue to operate. However, they cannot expand in size and they cannot sell or transfer this existing operation. Next slide, please. So this next slide here is in regards to possession and release of animals. Statutory limitation on exotic game mammals cannot be taken from the wild and possessed in captivity except under conditions specified by the commission. It is unlawful to intentionally or knowingly release any swine to live in a wild or feral state upon public or private property. So in agricultural settings, animals can get out. We understand this. This allows, for sort of a loophole there with those folks where the release isn't intentional or knowing, just covers, essentially people just can't introduce pigs into the wild anymore because it's illegal. Next slide, please. So now we're going to segue from the statutory frameworks that have been set by the legislature to potential changes to Title 14. I don't want to get too ahead of myself. This, again, is the introduction to the rulemaking effort. There's a couple of low-hanging fruit we'll go into here, but this is essentially where we as the department are tasked with making certain changes to code. And this first item here is in regards to transportation and reporting of wild pig take. We're going to use the chapter 3 on big game as it sits now for some inspiration, I guess, or some guidelines. If you think about it, wild pigs are already in big game right now. It makes sense. A lot of the reasons why that regulations or those regulations are the way they are is because it makes sense for these animals. As far as transportation goes, I don't know that there's much to talk about there. If somebody has any ideas, of course, we're all ears and willing to hear that. But when you search through the 350 regs on transportation of big game, you get things like deer and bear. And really the only thing that's mentioned in terms of transportation is that the animal needs to be tagged. And the next place that animal goes is in transport is to have that tag validated. That's kind of the only mention of transportation. Reporting, however, is very important. We have a statutory requirement of certain pieces here, which are name of the hunter, date, take, and location, and any other information the commission finds would be appropriate. Now, in our first and only so far core team meeting, where we discussed these regs, we actually addressed the reporting angle first. It's very important. So the most efficient way to report take would be through the automated license data system, or otherwise known as ALDS. Another way would be paper, but most folks are going to be probably using ALDS. And so we have to consider the base functionality of that software. And with that, we have this proposed outline for reporting. It fits that framework and also meets the minimum reporting requirements and gets the wildlife branch essentially the information that we need. Essentially month, name, county, and number taken, and the report would be completed at the end of the hunting license year. So if we think about this in ALDS, the name of the individual is already inferred because they're in their account. You have a matrix, a spreadsheet matrix, where month is essentially a column and county is a row. Enter the number taken at the end of the license year. Anything more specific than that, like the actual date of take or the requirement to report take soon after the animal is harvested, similar to how it is now, would require a build out of ALDS that would cost some money and some time. Next slide. Some new regs here. Now, if we think about how Title 14 is arranged, Chapter 1 in game, non-game, and depredators is in regards to general provisions. We get to Chapter 3 is where was big game, the chapter for big game, which starts under section 350. As you can see here, if we introduce exotic game mammal to 325, that's going to cause a shift. So it's important, we need to realize that we're probably going to have a realignment of the chapters there. Big game will be pushed to chapter 4, while exotic game mammal will take the place of that in chapter 3. That said, within that, we established the definition of exotic game mammal. Right now, we only have one species, and that's a relatively straightforward proposal. Exotic game mammal means the following: wild pig, feral pig, European wild pigs, and their hybrids. Simple as that. As we've discussed in the past, we could throw a semicolon in here and add nutria to this. Just not saying that's what the department is going to do, but as you can see, we can lump other animals into this category to have similar liberalized regs. Shooting hours for exotic game mammals, we don't have a proposal at this time. Certainly take any comments on this. If we just think back to big game, we have 1/2 hour before sunrise to 1/2 hour after sunset. And that makes sense because the ambient light under most conditions is good enough for a hunter to identify their target. Next slide. Methods authorized for taking exotic game mammals. Again, no proposal at this time. The default is we could set similar conditions as big game. However, there's some potential to liberalize the methods. For example, allowing for the use of crossbows. Obviously, the more weapons you use or allow, the more likely you're going to involve certain other players into this, certain other hunters. And really, if we think about the intent of this entire bill, we're really trying to allow the public to control pig numbers through hunting. Next slide, please. And then section 401 in regards to depredation. Now, the department is issuing more permits on an annual basis. And in 2022, we issued 760 permits, mainly to regions 3 and 4. If you're unfamiliar with those regions, region 3 is the Bay Delta. We're talking counties like Alameda, Santa Clara, and Santa Cruz. And then when we talk about the central region, region 4, our main counties there are Monterey, San Luis Obispo, San Benito, and Kings County. Some proposed changes that would help our staff would be to make multi-year permits. Right now, in regulation, we're required to issue these permits on an annual basis. Moving into a multi-year process would eliminate the sort of annual churn and the workload associated with that. We should probably eliminate tags. We've already done that on the hunting side of things. There's no point in printing these things out anymore. To sort of come in line with other parts of this process, it makes sense to do so. And then I think a survey of permit holders is going to be pretty useful too, twofold. One, we're looking for information on potential ways of economizing the depredation permit process, but also it allows us a very efficient method of going back to the one statutory requirement where the department is required to engage these landowners for the whole share angle. It allows us to essentially, in a survey, make sure that folks are aware of the share program. Next slide, please. And so this last slide here is in regards to some potential added opportunity on our own lands, as well as just pointing out the extensive cleanup that needs to go on within Title 14. And so in regards to the potential opportunity, right now, our larger Type C unstaffed lands don't allow for hunting inside the dates of February the 1st and August 31st, except for the spring turkey season. Now, a lot of those properties like Spencerville Wildlife Area become sanctuaries for pigs throughout that time. And that's obviously something we don't want to do. But this is not an easy change. We need to engage with our regional managers. and make sure this fits on a case-by-case basis. And the lands program will take that on in a future rulemaking package. And so we'll look forward to those if they occur then. Lands is also taking on simple cleanup changes for us in this case, where Lands has the 551 and 552 regulations open right now. And there's two changes that simply are removing the word tag from 551S8 and 551S19 in regards to a couple of wild pig hunting opportunities associated with Joyce Island Wildlife Area and Tehama Wildlife Area. We also have extensive cleanup for consistency across roughly about 16 to 20 different regulatory sections in chapters 1. Again, those are in reference to general regulations, and chapter 3 right now is in reference to big game. So extensive cleanup there in big game, removing wild pig from that section generally, and then of course crossing it over to the newly established exotic game mammal. Next slide, please. And with that, if anyone has any questions or comments that come up after the meeting, you can find my email here in the meeting materials associated with this presentation on the Fish and Game Commission website. And with that, we'll take any questions or comments.
Great, thank you, Dan. Great presentation. There's a whole lot of stuff associated with a very exciting bill. So I have a bunch of questions, but I really feel like the most important thing to start with is to hear from others who have comments and input about everything that we're all just digesting. Cynthia, do we have speakers in the queue for this item?
I see no raised hands on Zoom for this item.
So if there's anyone on Zoom who would like to participate in the conversation about the wild pig validation, feel free to raise your hand using the Zoom function, or you can also just turn on your, unmute yourself and or turn on your video.
Okay, while we give folks a moment to do that, yeah, I just want to echo, I think Melissa's reminding us implicitly that this is the committee meeting, so it's a discussion, particularly without a lot of members of the public participating today. I want to encourage folks to go ahead and speak up if they'd like to contribute, because there is a lot here to chew on. This is the opportunity to discuss this item before several more months go by and the department chews on the input they get today from you all and from us. So I'm hoping we hear from folks.
Marilyn, I think you can unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I think you discussed this, but my brain didn't grasp it all. Is there a section we can look up, and maybe it's in the staff report? What does the person who has shot, killed or wounded or whatever, a pig, what are their required reporting? What are their requirements for reporting any impacts to either a pig or a group of pigs? Or maybe you did not talk about that. I kind of thought you hit on it a little bit.
Sure. On the reporting side, hunters are required to report at minimum the name, date, and location of take. Now, again, with that report, we have to consider the functional requirements in our database, and our staff proposal is essentially the name, the month of take, the county where the animal was taken, and the number of animals taken. And that report will be completed at the end of the license year.
Okay, so no wounding. I mean, wounding is not a part of it, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
And Dan, if I understand correctly, this is Melissa, the requirements with regard to what to report and just using the month rather than the actual date, that has to do with the software limitation, correct?
Correct.
Would the software allow reporting any more often than once a year, or just once a year?
With build out, it could. As it sits right now, our information is that it would have to be done at the end of the license year to fit the current functionality.
Okay, thank you. I think Gordon also has raised his hand. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Gordon.
Yes, good afternoon. Thanks for letting me ask the question. In regards to the share program for pig hunting,
Yeah,
is that going to be draw or is that just going to be apply and select?
I believe it would be on a draw basis.
Okay.
It really, I think it depends on how the agreement is set up, but I'm unaware of any agreements that are open access. I believe they're all draw opportunity.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Thanks for the question, Gordon. Dan, Gordon's question kind of raises my desire to just hear a little bit more about the requirement that the department engage landowners to alleviate damage by wild pigs through hunting. So that is, it doesn't specify that occurred through the share program, but that, I just want to clarify, I guess, that that's the department's sort of proposal for the way to do that primarily is to do outreach about the share program and then to work with landowners to set up share agreements.
I believe that actually is in.
It is.
Okay. Yes.
So it is. That's specifically the mechanism.
Yes, the code section specifically is 4651.5.
Okay. You know, there isn't a timeline on this. Maybe I'll ask another question if there aren't any hands raised right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, you know, there's a lot really important about this bill, interesting about this bill. To me, the most important thing is that it's distinguishing introduced non-native feral or wild pigs from the native game species, that it is our mission to protect, enhance, and restore. So that feels really important and like an opportunity. And some of the things that, you know, you talked about as possibilities for changes to code. I just want to make sure that we really make a clean distinction and keep it there. So in that section 325 language where we're going to define exotic game mammal, for the moment, just as this list of different members of this genus says, I guess it is. Is it inherent in the title, exotic game mammal, that the only things that will ever be added to this list are non-native species? Or do we need to put that in the definition since there is this possibility of adding species later?
I like that idea. I think that was the intent of this section. As Ari and I talked about, we thought, you know, what else would we add to this? And obviously nutria comes to mind right off the bat. And I think that actually makes sense. I don't know that we would consider any, you know, native species as an exotic game mammal. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of the question. Like, I don't think we would, right? But if it's going to stand for a long time down the line, it might be useful just to make really clear that you can't put species on this list that are native.
Yeah,
That's not what this list is for.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I think it would be kind of strange if you put a native, you know, in a category that's explicitly called exotic. But there's, you know, unless we specify it, it's a good point. There's nothing to prohibit that, right? So I think it does make sense to clarify that. Yeah, we'll put that on our list and bring it to the core team. It's a good idea.
Got it in my notes now.
Awesome. that would set my mind at ease, but we're not getting proposals from, if it's not clear enough, clear as day, we're not getting proposals to add species to it because they're a nuisance, because whatever it might be. And along the same lines, are there other hands raised? Because I want to make sure again that I can't see so many things on my
screen. I didn't raise my hand. This is.
Oh, Chad, yes, please, go ahead.
I didn't raise my hand. I just want to be cautious with how far we go with this, and I think the conversation is super helpful in getting us to start thinking about it. But I also want to be aware that we talk about it as a game. So I want to be careful with thinking about how we list this, or if other animals get listed, or where it goes, and just making sure that we remember that small part of the definition in the title there too. So that was all.
Thanks, appreciate that. That's right, because we already have a non-game category and it's extensive.
I mean,
also.
the power of a category like this, like non-game mammals or big game or the like, is that you can make regulations or rules that apply to the entire category.
Right.
Like that's kind of the helpful part of this. And we have had some initial internal discussions. We don't have anything in mind at this point for how we would want to necessarily regulate the entire category, particularly because there's only one animal that's being, that's in this category. But that is something for the future. And so with that in mind, that you might want to create these sort of umbrella rules for the category, you want to make sure that the animals that are going into the category, the species that are going in are ones that are conducive to those overarching rules, right? Otherwise, there's no point in having a category and lumping things that don't go together. Right?
Yeah. And are there any other species currently considered game species in California that are non-native?
Well, you
Off
could
the top of my head, I'm not thinking. Oh,
consider
maybe.
black bear non-native,
turkey,
turkey.
maybe.
Turkeys, yes.
The turkey.
Yeah.
Pheasant.
That's interesting.
Bears, no.
Um,
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Go
Anything
ahead,
else,
Scott.
Scott?
No, I think the point that we're circling around here is that this is a transition from what was a game species.
Right.
And that, we have the designation of all the other non-game species. So just, I can't see in our list of game species anything else that would really fall into this.
And we don't necessarily need to open any can of worms right now, but I think it's kind of an opportunity to think about I appreciate, Chad, you narrowing it immediately to, we just start with sort of what is already considered game. Yeah, just as you said, Scott. There are a couple of other things that we don't need to go down the road on yet, but that potentially might land there in some way in the future.
Yeah, as Dan said, nutria is really the only one that we've thought of that might potentially fit into this category. But the other thing that it does is set up a system for any future invasions, if you want to call it that, right? From species that might start establishing themselves, and now we have a ready-made category to deal with that. If fortunately that hasn't happened recently, and who knows if it will in the future, but at least we have a category now to potentially deal with any other introductions that come to California of non-native.
That we want to consider game posted.
I mean,
the other options.
Right,
Yeah.
it's going to depend on what those are and treat them.
Well, and at the risk of going back to this again, nutria is not a game species.
That's right. It isn't now. That's right.
And there's some inherent concerns with thinking of that as a game species to be hunted with its relation to other species that are very hard to determine whether you have the right animal.
Is it currently considered some other category? Is it on the non-game list? Is it in any category?
No, I don't think it is.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it does make sense only for things that are game now or that would be specifically considered game, just like Chad was suggesting, we be careful with that. Yeah. On section 327, the methods authorized for take, I'd love to hear a little bit more about that. The default is to keep it the same as big game mammals, but you talked about, Dan, liberalizing methods, and it'd be helpful for probably all of us, for me to understand at least like what are the bounds on that? You mentioned some examples.
Right, and this is one that we definitely have to go down a careful road on as well. Particularly even just mentioning crossbow is a bit of a weird one. This is a follow-up that we'll have to do with law enforcement within the core group. But for example, with crossbows, they're not considered archery tackle, archery equipment by our own definition. And so to use crossbows during an archery season, one is required to have a disabled archer's permit. However, they can be used during a firearm season. And since pigs will not have an archery season. Essentially, it's a year-round firearm season. You could essentially use a crossbow. The issue that arises, and it's a bit of a straw man argument, but it's a valid one in a sense, is that now you have individuals out there with crossbows with a validation, hunting during archery deer season or an archery bear season. So again, I'm not making an argument for or against this, but I can certainly see where law enforcement could point out some issues.
Yeah, that's good. Okay. Great, thank you.
Gordon, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yes, please. First off, I think the changes are great. But I was wondering about when it comes to crossbows, why are they not considered archery equipment? I shoot archery, of course, I shoot a compound and a recurve, not the crossbow, but I was just wondering why they're not classified as archery equipment.
Scott, you want to take that one?
I'll take it. They basically are. If you look at section 354, it defines archery equipment and crossbow regulations. So the title separates the two, but the regulations for the two are both in the same section.
So basically then that sounds to me like crossbow should be able to use it during archery season.
There is a section of Title 14 that separates the use of them. Like I said, it says specifically that a disabled archer's permit is required to use it during the seasons. And I don't know how long the history is on that. When you go back to when crossbows were implemented, I think people thought that the technology was just way too advanced, and that's probably given a little bit more credit than what it needs. But it would definitely require some consideration to change that.
Do that. Well, thank you.
Thanks for that, Dan, because the definition of the equipment's, but the application is applied to the specific methods of take. I want to defer to Chad. His hands up.
I wasn't going to talk on the archery stuff. I think y'all are covering that. I think it gets more complicated when you look at just take of game, because you're back into the game definition of where deer are, and different conversation than pigs. And so what I really wanted to focus on today and just make sure that it's abundantly clear to the public and to folks in the room is that we have not made decisions yet on where we're going. And I appreciate the sort of pulling on threads and digging, but I also worry about running too far on any one item. And I think the point of today is to introduce it, to hear from the public, but also to invite the public that this is the start of our conversation and that we're looking for information from you about these ideas that we can then run to ground and see if they make sense and all of the statutory things line up, and maybe it's something that we can move forward with on recommendations and sort of moving forward to the commission. I just want to be really cautious there, because as you mentioned, Dan, I mean, there's a lot of law enforcement side of things we have to consider. There's cross regulations we have to consider. There's a lot of things that I don't want to be misinterpreted today as the department said, and this is where we're going. I want to be really cautious there. I want to give examples like we've done today to invite conversation, but I want to be really clear that there's a lot of homework still to do on many of these things that I think we're going to discuss in the coming months as we move forward with a full package.
Yes, thanks for that, Chad. I want to amplify that. This is the first that we've had an opportunity to hear about the legislation itself. So it's really the beginning of a conversation. And I see a hand raised. So Bill Gaines, Bill, go ahead, please. Hi.
You're on mute, Bill.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
First of all, I wanted to thank Commissioner Zavaleta for her time today, but also Chad and Scott for their comments on crossbows. I would caution the department that would be a huge step to try to legalize crossbows technically as archery equipment in California, and it would be a battle. It would completely split the hunting community, and I would strongly recommend against doing that for a variety of reasons that I won't go into right now. But I just wanted to there's people arguing both sides of this, and I wanted to make sure that the WRC was aware that that's not something that is universally accepted amongst the hunting or the archery community for that matter. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. Appreciate that. And I think, it really only came up in the spirit of if we were to consider or have a conversation about liberalizing methods, I just really wanted to understand what that might entail specifically for wild pigs. So I don't even know if that was a suggestion for something to consider so much as just clarifying to me that that would be one particular method of take that potentially could be applied differently because we have this category. So I appreciate your comment very much. Yeah, not suggesting. I hope no one's suggesting that we would change the reg about archery more broadly.
That was just an example, and Dan and I spoke before this. We regretted having that in the presentation.
Okay.
It's misleading.
Yeah, thank you. If there are further comments from anyone, now's the time. And otherwise, I want to suggest that there's clearly a lot of work to do on this, but also a lot of opportunity down the line here to continue to hear from the public and to continue to discuss this. So I just want to appreciate again the presentation from you, Dan, walking us through all of the many potential changes that we need to consider, and to invite further conversation at a future meeting.
All right, well, thank you very much, everybody.
Great, and thank you, Chad and Scott. So with that, we'll move to item 4. And item 4 is initial vetting and discussion, for periodic regulation changes. And we do have a number of sub-items on this one to discuss potential changes for the 24-25 seasons. And I think we talked earlier about potentially taking them all together, but maybe what makes more sense, I'm realizing, is to take A through C together, to rest both the land stuff, the upland game birds, mammals, and waterfowl, which Scott Gardner is going to perhaps provide a little bit on after Ari provides some background, and then separately we can take the fisheries. Okay.
Sure.
Right, so I'll turn it over to Ari then.
So this item is to get some initial vetting and initial discussions on the periodic packages. We do these pretty much every May, and these are packages that come up every year. So we'll start off with A through C, upland resident game bird hunting, mammal hunting, and waterfowl hunting. The only one of those three that I want to mention specifically is the mammal hunting regulation. And the next cycle of mammal hunting will include preference point, PAG and preference point amendments and changes that were previously recommended by the WRC and approved by the Commission for moving forward in rulemaking. You can see previous materials to get a description of what those items are. And so that one is on the docket. And that's really all I have for these first three. I don't know if Scott has anything specific to say, but I want to turn it over to him to give him some space if he has any comments to make about any of these three wildlife packages.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you, Ari. So it's very early for us, in thinking about next year. We've just really adopted most of these regulations, but we are thinking about it. I don't think we have anything to put forward for waterfowl or upland game. Dan is here, certainly to engage on that. But Brett Furness, who you all know, has got some items he'd like to briefly touch on, if he could.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Zavaleta and members or staff from the Commission and the department and members of the public. We anticipate developing regulatory change proposals for deer, elk, pronghorn, and desert bighorn sheep. We plan on scoping out these proposals over the summer so that we can bring them to the WRC for discussion this September. For deer, we are in the process of updating our methods for population monitoring at the hunt zone scale using genetic sampling and spatial capture recapture methods. Our new statewide deer coordinator, Mr. Brian Leo, who we hired just a couple months ago, will be using these results to compare abundances against harvest statistics to assess where there may be opportunities to both increase hunter opportunity versus areas where we might need to reduce harvest levels. So we now have really some really good data used on these new robust population methods, and we can really drill down into things zone by zone and get ideas where we can increase hunter opportunity. Moving on to elk, our statewide coordinator, Dr. Tom Batter, will be working with regional biologists to plan and conduct aerial and ground surveys. We'll be basing any recommendations on our findings from these evaluations. And further on elk, next week we'll be holding public meetings in Humboldt and Del Norte counties to hear concerns about human-elk conflict there. Based on those meetings, we may want to consider regulatory change proposals for mitigating these problems, including changes to the landowner elk tag program addressed in Section 555 of Title 14. Our statewide coordinator for elk, Tom Batter, will be looking at options to add greater flexibility to this program for the landowner tags for elk to allow landowners to hunt elk in places where conflict with elk is at intolerable levels. Preliminary results from regional biologists suggest that the severity of this past winter may have negatively impacted pronghorn populations in northeastern California. Dr. Tom Batter is also our statewide coordinator for pronghorn, and he will be evaluating these effects in greater detail. As part of this assessment, we are planning to conduct demographic road surveys this summer and aerial count surveys to occur later this year. We may consider changes to hunting based on our evaluation using all of these data. Moving on to bighorn sheep. Our statewide coordinator for this species, Ms. Regina Vu, will be working with regional biologists to look at monitoring results to make sure they align with our hunting and management objectives for this species. For example, we will be evaluating an apparent population decline in the South Bristol Mountains. That's very close to the Marble Mountains that we have been talking about over the last year with you, as well as an apparent increase in the estimated number of rams in the Oldad and Kelso Mountains, which is to the north. We will be basing any recommendations on our findings from these evaluations. And lastly, for black bear, as we are currently revising the bear management plan, we will not be proposing any regulatory changes for this species at that time. Thanks, and Scott and I are happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Scott, and thank you, Dr. Furness. I want to invite comment, discussion. If folks have questions for Dr. Furness or for Scott Gardner, this is the time to raise your hand on Zoom since we don't have members of the public in the room with us today. And do you want to remind folks how to do that, or you haven't done that in about an hour?
Sure. If you want to speak, you can raise your hand. If you're on the computer, you can hover over the screen and press the raise hand button at the bottom. If you're on your mobile, it's at the bottom of the screen. And we don't have anybody on the phone, do we? So
I think so.
That's it.
Okay, and I see a hand raised. Bill Gaines, do you want to go ahead?
Yes, you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Actually, I'd like to comment on a few of the items that Scott and Brett touched upon. First on the wild sheep, on behalf of the Wild Sheep Foundation. One of the things that Chad and Scott and I have talked about over the course of the last several months, we're well aware of the marble crippers issue, right? And we're fully supportive of what's going on there. We appreciate the department working with us as we approach the rulemaking for 2023 on that front. I think we reached a very reasonable and conservative conclusion on that. But also there are some other management units where we currently don't have any tags for sheep, where I think the department will agree we have sustainable population.
Oh.
It's probably
Bill? I think we might have lost Bill.
Yeah, he's frozen on our side. Oh, are you back, Bill?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did I lose you for a second?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So where'd I lose you at?
I think you were just introducing the management units where we don't yet have any tags being issued, and then you cut out.
In some of the sheep management units, we don't. There's no hunting there. They haven't had really huntable, sustainable populations in the past. Those areas, in deference to the marble clippers, have actually done very, very well, and we have sustainable populations there now. We're still not hunting them, but they certainly have huntable populations. And when you're talking 25 to 30 tags statewide, and obviously the most coveted tag in the state, I mean, where we can add a tag or two, I think we should take a serious look at that. I think we have enough data, currently, and certainly have a few months to gather some more of those. So hopefully for 2024, we can see the department bringing forward some tags and some of those new management units that have those sustainable populations. You're probably gonna keep going, or I don't know if Scott or Chad want to say anything about that.
I could just say, I'm aware of that. So Regina actually briefed me on that. And so that's one of the things we'll be looking at. I just did not go into that level of detail here, but it's going to be based on the data. We have data for those areas we'll be looking at.
Right. And as I think the department's aware, I mean, our guys are out in the field all the time, and sometimes more than Department of Fish and Wildlife staff is. So we would urge you to use the Wild Sheep Foundation as a tool to help provide some of that data, because we certainly are willing and committed to doing so. Moving on to elk. First of all, reflecting back on Commissioner Zavaletta's comments at I think it was the December meeting down in San Diego, talking about the new Tehachapi unit. And the question at that, first of all, we appreciate the department adding 50 tags down there. I mean, that's huge, for elk, obviously, which is a very coveted species as well. And the commissioner's comment at the time was, if we're trying to avoid these populations that rapidly grow and human conflict aside, but hybridizing with tule elk and so on and so forth, why aren't we taking more of them, right? If the Rockies are threatening on going on the endemic population. So we urge the department, your answer at the time, which is a good one, was we want to get a year of data under our belt with the number of tags that we're releasing this year. And we certainly appreciate that, and we think that was the right thing to do, but we would urge the department to take a hard look at adding additional tags in that unit in the coming year. North Coast, Scott and I have talked about this ad nauseum. We got a serious problem up there. The elk management plan does call out hunting as a management tool. I know there's some areas where they're walking down the urban streets, not going to hunt them there, but I would strongly urge the department to take a hard look at throwing as many of those tags as you can possibly get the landowners to agree into the share program. I get it with PLM and landowners. I mean, there's a lot of money involved in buying an elk tag and PLM, but that rules out 99% of the lunch bucket hunters, if you will. And that was the whole idea behind share, was to get public out on private lands at a reasonable cost. So whatever the department can do to help add some share tags there and at the expense of not putting them into PLM would be greatly appreciated. And lastly, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, that was someone coughing.
Oh, okay. The other thing that we've talked about in detail with the department was in year 2 of a lot of these new tags that we're adding on, putting some archery only tags in there, and the same argument that they use on wanting a year of data under their belts before doing that. Understand that, and we support that. But as we move into year 2 and we gather that data up from year 1, let's take a hard look at adding some archery only tags amongst those tags in that unit as well. So that's it. I mean, for us, but definitely, I think we can add some tags for sheep. Certainly can add a bunch for elk, and would sure like to add some archery only tags. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Do we have other speakers? No, at this time. All right. Okay, well, again, this is early. This is a great opportunity to be discussing this. I appreciate the discussion, appreciate the presentation and updates from the department. And this is great because these ideas now, the department can respond to them in September. We're looking forward to that conversation down the road. And I think with that, we can move to the next item. Yeah. So the next item is not the next item, it's the next components of the item 4. So we're going to shift to D and E, Central Valley sport fishing and Klamath River Basin sport fishing, and I'll turn it over to Ari to introduce those.
These are the Central Valley sport fishing and Klamath River Basin sport fishing packages. These are annual packages that we do every year to align state regulations with PFMC recommendations. And I'll turn it over to Jay Rowan, Chief of Fisheries Branch, in case he wants to say anything about these.
Sure, thanks, Ari. Not a whole lot to say about these. We won't really have projections until the salmon informational meeting next April. Just to set the stage, the fish that will be coming back next April are going to be, or were subjected as juveniles to a lot of the same drought conditions, poor ocean conditions, some of these other things that have impacted this year's fisheries that are coming back. So, you know, I don't expect a big, robust return, but it's something we sort of got to let the process play out, see what fish come back, see what our jack numbers look like, and let the Pacific Fisheries Management Council process play out.
Okay, thank you. We have
Mark Smith. Mark, do you want to unmute yourself?
Thanks, Jay. Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Commissioners Zavaleta, Ari, Jay. Thank you, everybody. Mark Smith on behalf of the Northern California Guides and Sportsmen's Association. Clearly have been talking to you a lot about the state of our fisheries and the salmon fishery in particular, the opportunity to give you the presentation. You know, unfortunately, as you know, since then, and you'll be acting on this tomorrow, the PFMC has decided that there will be a complete salmon closure this year for both commercial and recreational fishing. We are not optimistic about next year. We think that we are probably in a multi-year closure. Of course, any opportunity would be welcome if it was scientifically justified, but we also think we're at the point where the stocks need serious rebuilding. And along with that conversation goes the management and the investments that need to be done in this fishery. So, you know, happy to keep engaging with you. It's sad that we've gotten to this point. We'll talk more about it tomorrow. I would be remiss if I didn't remind you as well that, you know, we are concerned about the health of other species, which is one of the reasons why we've talked about some changes to striped bass management. Our fisheries populations at large continue to decline. We're talking about sturgeon later tonight. This is symptomatic of the entire system. So, but I digress. I will stop. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Since Mark mentioned it,
yeah.
So I'm going to put Mrs. Melissa, I'm going to put Scott and, I'm sorry, not Scott, Jay and Chad on the spot. Maybe one of you would like to share with our meeting participants the opportunity this evening in case any of them have not heard and are interested.
Sure, I'll take that one. We do have a sturgeon informational meeting tonight. It starts at 5:30 and goes to 7:30. There's information on that available on our sturgeon website at the Department of Fish and Wildlife's website. If you just Google sturgeon informational meeting, it should come up. And also, I don't know that I have access to the chat or if the chat's enabled. I could post it there if it is, but I'm not sure if it's enabled.
Jay, I can put it in the chat. I've got it up as well.
Excellent. Do you guys have the link?
Okay, the link is in the chat.
Great.
Nice.
Thank you.
Just a note about that, Jay, and I know I saw some traffic from James. You know, we have different processes whereby for this meeting, all you have to do is log in and you're live. Apparently the meeting tonight, you've got to register and then you get sent a link to participate. I work with a lot of people in the angling community, bless their hearts. They're not very technologically sophisticated. Just for a future point of reference, it might be good for us to have some consistency in the way that we're providing access. I figured you probably wanted the registration so you know who's attending and ask people to fill out information. But, you know, look, we're dealing with people who didn't want to move to electronic licensure because they don't have smartphones sometimes, right? And so it just gets complicated, that's all. Thank you.
Yeah,
That's-
understood. Thanks, Mark. And part of the issue is when we have these, we want to make sure that they're open and available to whoever wants to participate, but also we need to do it in a format that is protective of our security systems and other things within the department that our IT folks get antsy about. So making sure that we're using appropriate and approved methods, and then also having the ability to control things a little bit if they happen to get out of hand, which sometimes can happen in some of these meetings. So making sure that we have the ability to
Most
use the
importantly, I
meeting
think,
appropriately.
of course, safety, IT safety is a concern with Zoom bombing and all the things we have, but most importantly too, Mark, that helps us create a stakeholder list, an interested list, if you will, of parties that have signed up versus the old days where you filled in the sheet at the front door when you walked into the meeting. But it allows us to build that list of stakeholders so that as we continue in these conversations, we have a direct email list that we can send out to folks to inform them of other things that are changing or things happening in that space. So it kind of helps us in a lot of ways. And I understand the frustration. I think we're all still struggling with how best to do that in person, on the phone, on a video, all the above, but more to come.
Yeah, I just want to appreciate that comment too in this discussion. I think it's really, really obviously important to keep the conversation and the event secure from Zoom bombing and so on. And also it is critically important to make it possible for everyone to attend, including folks who don't have access to a computer. So to that end, I also put in, there is a telephone, a dial-in link, and perhaps there are ways to make that information available to people who want to like call up and sign up for the event, or access it in some other way than a computer for future events. I do think it's a real challenge because it is more work to provide sort of multiple opportunities to register in different ways. And I do think that it's a big priority of ours to make sure that that's happening too. Thanks, Chad. Thanks, Jay. Thank you, Mark. Okay. All right. Seeing no other hands raised, we can move to our final item for today's portion of the meeting, which is general public comment for items that are not on the agenda. And I will turn it over to Ari to introduce general public comment.
This is general public comment, which is a chance for people to comment on items that are not on the agenda. And as a reminder, there are 3 items that are continued. So now would be the time to comment on those if you'd like, which are item 9, take of non-game mammals, striped bass, and dead the bear management plan. So if you'd like to comment on any of those 3 items or any other item that is not on the agenda and or other topic that's not on the agenda, now would be the time to do it. Go ahead and raise your hand.
Okay. Give folks a moment to get their hands up. Thank you, Ari. I see some hands coming up. It looks like there are about a half dozen hands raised. Okay, and I just want to remind folks that it looks like we have a modest number of hands raised, and so this is a meeting of the committee. It's not a formal comment in the sense that we have to limit you to a particular amount of time, but I just want to encourage you to make your comments concise so that there's an opportunity for discussion. And if your comments very much echo something a speaker has said before you, you should feel free to say whatever it is that you'd like to share with us, and also feel free to align yourself with the comments that were made by a previous speaker. And I'll turn it over to you, Cynthia, to call on folks. That's okay.
We have Tom's iPad and then Matthew Duncan. Tom's iPad, okay, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Right on, thank you. My name's Tom Bradford. I live in Big Bear. I'm a lifelong 61-year-old resident of California, and I've been hunting my entire life since I was 12 years old. I'm a previous hunter ed instructor and a previous fish and game commissioner for San Bernardino County. And I have a thought that I'd like to share with you folks, and I'm kind of mimicking what Arizona does, and that is big game tag transfers to minor hunters if it's your child or grandchild. For a youth hunter, if, for instance, if I draw a premium deer or elk tag someday, instead of myself using it, I would be able to transfer that tag to my junior grandson as long as he had a valid hunting license and passed hunter safety, and as long as he was accompanied by a parent or legal guardian. And I think, speaking for someone like myself, I've killed plenty of deer in my life, but I sure would like to be present with my grandkid, and maybe from the points that I've been able to accrue through the California system, if I'm somehow fortunate enough to draw a decent tag, I would just as soon transfer that tag to my grandson and be able to accompany him on that. And I don't see the difference on as far as a tag is a tag, and I can transfer it to my grandkid if I get it, and let him be the one that, if he's lucky enough to shoot an animal. Additionally, there's other organizations that I think tag transfers could be done to, like veterans groups or kids that have disabilities. I know Arizona does that as well. So I'm just bringing that up. I'd like the commission to consider that, maybe get it on an agenda for discussion. I don't know how all that works, but I think there's an opportunity there for folks like me that can share those experiences with their kids or grandkids in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Maybe I'll ask if our partners at the department would like to address that question that Tom raised.
I'm sorry?
Tom, I'm seeing whether anyone over at the department wants to speak to your comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate the comment, Tom. I was just chatting with Scott to see if he wanted to take this one as far as where we are with that and how that plays out in the state of California. I'll note, prompting him maybe. I've benefited from this from Arizona actually in the past. So I too have been able to utilize their system and actually donated tags to the veteran sort of wounded warriors programs they have there. Unable to use an elk tag, unfortunately, that I was drawn for. Not thinking I would get drawn after 3 years in a row of public tags getting drawn again. Just putting in to get points and not realizing I was able to donate that. So I think it's a really cool option and opportunity that they have. And with all the things that we have that the state tries to do, I think, it's a worthwhile conversation point for us to work through and think about outside of some of the benefits we do have currently for our veterans and share programs and the things that we've been trying to do as well. Scott, I don't know if you have more specifics on that or past discussions. And I only say that to you because I haven't been in this chair long enough to know where we've been or if we've been around this conversation in the department.
So I'm talking offline with Dan about it now. So Dan, if you want to join in, that's fine. I mean, it's definitely interesting, and just appreciate the thought.
I love the idea. I mean, I think it's a great
Have
one.
we had a history on this? I mean, it's not novel. So like, I know that, and Arizona's had it for a long time. Has there been department history that I'm just not aware of where we've tried and unsuccessfully were able to get there? Or do we know if we've even explored it?
I don't know.
I would encourage you guys, if I could say one more thing, just to go to the Arizona Fish and Game webpage, look at their hunting regs for, it's spelled out right there. I was just looking at it. I mean, you could almost really cut and paste that verbiage into language that you could use here. I think it'd be a really simple thing to do, and I actually think that there'd be some great benefits for some folks that could transfer a tag to their kid or grandkid.
Yeah, like I said, I'm very familiar with the program, having utilized it for one of my fathers before he passed, tags, and as well as myself, having donated. So
Maybe what
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Have a good day.
I can say all my staff, we got a little chat going here where we're conferring. Everybody thinks it's a good idea.
So could you include just a little update on this? Just give you some time to talk about it as we at the September meeting. I'd just love to hear more. I think it'd be great for us to hear more about where that conversation goes.
Real quick, before I leave, if I can ask one question, I don't know how this works, but do you think this will make it to an agenda item that I'll see in the emails when they come, that it'll actually get agendized, or what's the next step if you guys are going to do this? Because I'd like to know so that I can participate in a meeting.
Fair.
I mean, I'll let Ari speak to the process on that.
Well, I mean, it's possible that it could be an agenda item, but I think we should wait and let the department do it internally, because if they like the idea and think that it could actually, you know, have legs, for lack of a better term, you know, they might be able to fold it into an upcoming regulation package that is already in the planning stages or something like that. In which case we would discuss it in terms of that. So let's just wait and see. And I'll coordinate with the department, and if we need to, if we all agree that the best way to handle it is to put it forward as either a standalone agenda item for WRC or for some other way, then we'll see. But let me confer with the department, and once we have a little bit better sense about this going forward, then we can figure out how to fold it into WRC.
All right, thank you guys for your help.
Yep. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it.
I would just, thank you, Tom. I would just add that even if it is incorporated or rolled into a regular mammal rulemaking package or a tag package of some sort, that would still come through the Wildlife Resources Committee.
Yes.
And it would be on the agenda. It might not specifically say, tags, but it would say tags or mammal package or something of that sort. But you'll see it on an agenda.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for clarifying that. And thanks for everyone's patience who's waiting in the queue to make public comment. I think because we're in the committee context, it's nice when we have someone who needs a response, so we can just go ahead and get it for you right away. So I believe Matthew Duncan was the next speaker in the queue.
Okay, we have Matthew Duncan, followed by Patricia McPherson, and then Randy. So Matthew, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Matthew Duncan. I'm going to make a couple of comments on what was agenda item number 9, take of non-game mammals, and how it relates to the 7-day a week, 365 days a year trapping and killing of coyotes in the city of Torrance. I mentioned this issue at the December 2022 WRC meeting, and again, it will be discussed in the upcoming September WRC meeting. So in preparation for this agenda item, I reviewed the Torrance Coyote Management Plan from 2019. It states the following. Annually, the city of Torrance will actively trap and euthanize all coyotes in the city. So I next reviewed the commission's depredation control policy, which states the following. It is the policy of the Fish and Game Commission that all wildlife species shall be maintained in harmony with available habitat whenever possible. In the event that some birds or mammals may cause injury or damage to private property, depredation control methods directed toward offending animals may be implemented. Well, coyotes are trapped and killed in Torrance, not because they are offending animals, but just because they are coyotes who have been wrongfully demonized by city officials. So I look forward to discussing the Torrance Coyote Extermination Plan in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew, for your comment.
Patricia?
What Arizona does is like, if I draw a tag over there,
I think you need to mute yourself.
I donate that tag to my grandkid.
At his computer now.
And let Julian or Ben.
I mean, you know.
I got it.
Okay.
Patricia, you can go ahead.
All right, I didn't know if that was you guys talking in the background or who was talking. But I do appreciate the comment just made. And I too would be concerned now that I'm aware of that. This is our planet, this is their planet. But the issues, I'm Patricia McPherson, I'm president of Grassroots Coalition. Ari, I know we've discussed things in the past and with regard to Ballona wetlands. But today what I'd like to discuss has to do with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and the groundwater dependent ecosystems in particular from a point of view from a wildlife perspective of what ultimately ends up being abuse by removing their water source and habitat by not having best management practices taken care of for the water table that supports the habitat that they rely on to survive. And I would like to remind you that Ballona is a Section 630 approved in 2005 by the Fish and Game Commission and registered by the Office of Administrative Law, a terrestrial, non-marine ecological reserve. And my concerns are the department's drainage activities. They are a board member with the adjacent Playa Vista development that they acknowledge in their FEIR that they are a board member of the Ballona Conservancy, which means that they are part and parcel of the drainage that we know of surface water, up to 63% of the stormwater flow that goes into the Playa Vista catch basin, which goes out to sea. That doesn't include all of the water that is sent to the Department of Sanitation from their gas mitigation systems, which needs to be addressed. That also doesn't include CDFW, and I'm reminding that Grassroots Coalition had to litigate against the department and Playa Vista for illegal drainage that the Coastal Commission had advised and asked and telling CDFW that it was a Coastal Act violation. They were harming the hydrology of Ballona and thus its ecology by unpermitted drains that were out there. CDFW determined that it was a low priority for them and did not respond to to the Coastal Commission. So my organization then litigated against them. We prevailed in that litigation, and it went back then to the Coastal Commission, who ordered them to seal the drains. The drains were sealed by Playa Vista consultants. They failed. And it had to be redone to try and seal those drains. But since that time, the area has ponded, which CDFW claimed it couldn't do, wouldn't do. And actually, it wasn't CDFW so much as Playa Vista's consultants who claim that they have been working on behalf of CDFW for the past 19 years, claiming that it could not pond. And they still use that same report, which was already proved to be in error to the Coastal Commission. But since that time, we've had passive restoration of the target species for which Ballona was acquired, which is pickleweed, salt marsh habitat, and for the Belding savanna sparrow, which is endangered. All agreements for the site under Section 1745 are supposed to be based on the purpose for which the land was acquired. And for Ballona, that was the Section 630 from 2005 as terrestrial non-marine, and the Office of Administrative Law went on to explicitly state what those parameters were. And Ari, I know we've discussed coming in and talking with you about protection of these waters, because this also includes, Ballona turns into a lake during the winter time, and it has been, but also that water is drained through old agricultural ditches that since 2000, too, the CDFW has allowed to continue to drain. So we have a lot of the water that is simply being wasted and thrown out to sea, which is also, comes under water code laws of, not wasting the water. And so we would like to be able to discuss this with you from a standpoint of protecting the wildlife that is dependent upon this resource. And we would still like to meet with you. I know we had talked about setting up meetings, and for one reason or another, we haven't gotten around to it, but we're still requesting that to occur. But also, we have a petition that's in there that discusses regulations on the channel that do not apply as part of being an ecological reserve, which staff had agreed with, but we still have not had that come before the commission. So just several things regarding Ballona that we would really like to be able to talk with you and have a Zoom meeting on. And I think I've covered. Thank you for the time.
All right, our next comment, I think is Randy, is that right? Our next commenter.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
This is Randy Feilish. I'm from Los Angeles and I'm a wildlife volunteer. I'm also a humane policy volunteer with HSUS. I'm personally commenting on what was to be agenda item 9 on the topic and discussion of the take of non-game mammals, which has been postponed until the September meeting. I'll look forward to that meeting. But maybe as another caller already mentioned in more detail, you can look into why several of the South Bay cities here, including Torrance and Rancho Palos Verdes, are indiscriminately trapping and killing coyotes all year round without any documented public safety threat. I'll look forward to that topic in September, but I'm really hoping you can delve into those cities and why it is being allowed, which seems to be questionable. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Thanks for your comment. And I'll just say that I'm going to hold comment on that item because I expect there may be other speakers also interested in addressing it. And our next speaker, it looks like our next speaker is Mark Smith. Please go ahead, Mark.
Commenting on the striped bass issue, I just want to acknowledge that the department has been engaging with us. We appreciate that. It's been a little quiet for a while. Understand the need to put this over because they've been focused on other fisheries issues, but we are looking forward to having the next set of conversations. And again, just want to reinforce that we're doing this out of concern for the overall management and the health and the well-being and the longevity of the species, which, as I'll remind you, is one of the most sought-after recreational fisheries in the state of California that still exists. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Next, we have Marcia Amscombe and then Gordon Countryman.
Hi, Honorable Commissioner Zavaleta and staff. I don't think I've spoken with you since you've been on the commission, so very much appreciate your presence there with your perspective and expertise. I'm wanting to talk to you about the state ecological reserve at the Ballona wetlands. It's on the Los Angeles coast for 640 acres that we managed to preserve. I'm with the Defend Ballona Wetlands Coalition, which is a coalition of community leaders and organizations that have been very concerned about the direction of the management and alleged restoration of the Ballona Wetlands Ecological Reserve. And in fact, our organization is one of several that filed litigation related to the CEQA approvals by the department. And we're awaiting a ruling now from the judge. But in the meantime, I think it's really important that this committee particularly understand what the issues have been and perhaps give some guidance to the department, maybe through the commission, or I'm not sure if everything you do is through the commission, but you're concerned about wildlife resources is particularly important. through this litigation, we noticed if you looked at the writings on either side, it's like we're in different universes. The department doesn't even understand, apparently, the number of rare and endangered species that are on this site. There are 7 endangered species, 1 that's state endangered and 6 that are on the federal endangered species list, which is partly why the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service expressed serious concerns about this project going forward. And there are no federal approvals. In fact, the federal regulators pulled out of the process. So I think it's really important that your experts get involved. You have some amazing staff people at the department who are experts in wildlife and rare plant populations. And we have a number of species that are also on the state species of special concern, but none of them have really gotten the attention. And they certainly haven't had the experts of your staff involved. People on your staff have asked us, well, I wonder why we haven't been involved. Well, partly because this project wasn't conceived by the State Department of Fish and Wildlife. It was during the time that the state was broke, and we pretty much had an absentee landowner there because of that. And so some private interests came in and decided they were going to put this idea together that was not based on the wildlife resources there at all. It was based on, well, a lot of different things, but it certainly wasn't based on the wildlife resources. And therefore, the experts that you have were not brought in to really look at what was going to be done there. So we would really like to see, regardless of what happens in this litigation, we'd really like to see your department experts who have, who really want to make sure that these rare plant populations and these wildlife resources are protected, as is the mission and a mandate for the department. And regardless of the history, the land has been in ownership of 20 years now. And really, we should be doing everything we can to protect these wildlife resources, not destroy the habitats that are there and turn it into something else. So if you, we'd really just appreciate your leadership and voice going into the department. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your comment. Like we have Gordon, speaker.
Hi, thanks for letting me speak again. As a disabled vet, I'm actually 100%er. I'd like to let you know that I back Tom's idea. I think it's a great idea. And I do appreciate the discount we veterans get on our hunting license. It's awesome. But I was wondering why we don't get, and hopefully the department will consider this, giving us a discount on our tags too. As like you guys were talking about elk hunting, sheep hunting, being disabled, there's no way people like me can even afford to attempt to buy tags for that stuff. So I would appreciate it if the department would at least consider lowering those prices for people like me. Also, as far as habitat management, I've noticed for most of the habitat management is in Central and Northern California. I'd like the department to consider possibly doing more habitat management down here in Southern California. I know they do Weister and they do San Jacinto wildlife areas for waterfowl hunters, but general habitat management, we don't, for big game and stuff, we don't see down here. So I'd like to get the department consider looking into that aspect too. And with that, I thank you all for your time and have a good day.
Thank you, Gordon. Thanks for your. Okay. Do we have additional speakers in the queue? I'll start by inviting folks on the department side who would like to make any comments in response to additional comments made since that first one. This would be a fine time for that. And otherwise, I have a couple. Yeah, Chad, please.
I don't have any specifics, but I just appreciate the comments and want to relay back that we're listening, and that's why we're here. And you're seeing a lot of senior leadership here on these calls and our engagement in WRC and commission in general. So we are here, we are listening, and we appreciate the feedback, and we will do our best to try and incorporate these things as we're working through them, because they typically happen in cycles or at different times, and we're keeping a tally. So thank you.
Wonderful, thanks. Yeah, and I appreciate the reminder that that's right. A lot of folks listening, including all of us. So we appreciate the time you all take to bring these issues to us so that we can chew on them more. I do want to just very briefly address that take of non-game mammals item. I'll say a little bit more about it, but I just want to reassure the folks who comment on it that we are aware of the issue, and I am really looking forward to having this conversation in September when we have more of a robust sort of context and background materials presentation to support a dialogue that helps us make progress. So I just want to appreciate and reassure you that we're aware of it, and I do think that there may be some inconsistencies between what commission regulations allow and our mission and our vision for California's fish and wildlife that we might need to take action to resolve. So seeing no further comments, I want to thank everyone for their participation today, and thank in particular the staff of the department for listening in. We will resume this Wildlife Resources Committee meeting tomorrow morning at, it's either 10 a.m. I believe, or 15 minutes after the close of the Fish and Game Commission teleconference tomorrow morning, whichever is later. Is that right? Okay. Okay. So I look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow. Thank you. Is there anything else I need to say? We're not
no,
adjourning.
Thank you so much to our presenters today as well.
Thanks, everyone.
Great
Great
conversation.
conversation.
Everyone in the morning.
All right.
Thank you. See you.
Good afternoon.
Or we'll see you inside of the search meeting.
That's right.
Good day, and thank you very much for listening to me.
Thanks for participating. Appreciate it.
Thanks for joining, Gordon.
You're welcome. It was my honor.
Good morning. It is still morning, and welcome to day 2 of the May Wildlife Resources Committee meeting of the California Fish and Game Commission. I am. I need to speak up a little more. It's kind of loud. Okay. I co-chair the Wildlife Resources Committee with Commissioner Anthony Williams, who's not present today, and Vice President of the Commission, Erica Zavaleta. Delighted to be with you all in conversation today about the items that we have on our agenda. And I think we will dive right in. Agenda item 6, where we're taking up from yesterday, is
could we allow Ari just to do for those who were not present yesterday for the introductions to how the meeting operates, and
thank you.
That would be helpful because I think we have some new folks on too.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I'll turn it over to Ari for technical notes and introductions.
Okay. Please, thank you. Appreciate it.
If you're participating in the Zoom webinar and calling in by phone, please make sure that your phone number and your Zoom webinar are linked. If you logged into Zoom first and used the call me option, the linkage happened automatically. Please note that if you're joining by phone only and wish to speak to an agenda item, staff will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. If you're having technical difficulties with the meeting, please contact FGC at fgc.ca.gov or 916-902-9286. Zoom's chat feature should be disabled. If you'd like to make a comment and you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand button to raise your hand. If you're participating on your computer, the raise hand button is located at the bottom of the window and also at the bottom of the participant list. You may have to hover your pointer over the Zoom window for the row of options to appear. On the mobile app, raise hand is located on the bottom of the screen. When your audio has been unmuted, you may need to click yes when prompted to unmute your microphone. If you're on the phone only, please press *9 on your phone once to raise your hand and alert us that you'd like to speak. If you press *9 on your phone a second time, you'll take yourself out of the queue, so only do it once if you want to keep your hand raised. Cynthia will manage the queue of speakers and she'll let you know when it's your turn to speak. You'll need to unmute yourself using the Zoom button or pressing *6 on your phone. Okay, so did you want to say anything, or do you want to go right into the first item, the next item, which is Bullfrogs?
Well, we should do introductions, and so you can maybe take a moment to introduce
Sure,
staff and department folks who are present today.
So today we have Melissa Miller Henson, who is Executive Director of the Fish and Game Commission. Myself, I'm Ari Kornman, the Wildlife Advisor for the Commission. We have Cynthia McKeith, the Staff Services Analyst. We're also joined by Chad Dibble, the Deputy Director of the Wildlife and Fisheries Division. Whoops, sorry about that. We're also joined by David Best, the Deputy Director and Chief of Law Enforcement Division, as well as Robert Pelsman from the Law Enforcement Division, Jay Rowan, Chief of the Fisheries Branch, and Scott Gardner, Chief of the Wildlife Branch. We'll be joined later on by Vicki Monroe, Christy Kripe, and Heather Perry from the Wildlife Branch for some presentations later on. That's everyone.
Okay, thanks. And I see that we have a lot of folks joining us today who are not with us for day one of the meeting. So I will just circle back to welcoming everyone, asking you to please keep your microphone on mute unless you've been called on to speak. It's important because this is a discussion forum, and to that point, the main purpose of our committees, including this committee, the Wildlife Resources Committee, is to refine and discuss items that have been brought to us and approved in a prior commission meeting. So I want to welcome our participants today from the public, from California tribes, and from our close partners at the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and invite constructive, respectful, and focused dialogue, and just encourage everyone to help us refine and make stronger the items that we have on the agenda today as we move them forward through our process. So with that, I'll go ahead and set us up for it. So the next item on our agenda is item 6, bullfrogs and non-native turtles, to discuss potential strategies from the American Bullfrog and Non-Native Turtle Stakeholder Engagement Project staff report. And I'll turn it over to our staff lead, Ari, on this project.
Okay, bullfrog and turtle issues periodically have been before the Commission since the 1960s. The latest incarnation of bullfrog and non-native turtle stakeholder engagement process has been an ongoing endeavor of the Commission and its staff since 2018. Last WRC meeting, Commission staff presented a draft of the staff report on the American Bullfrog and Non-Native Turtle Stakeholder Engagement Process. And this morning, a slightly expanded and reorganized version should have been posted to the Commission's website for this meeting. We'll make sure it's up. If it's not yet, we'll make sure we get it up. Most notably, the report now includes an introduction that presents a potential new strategy in development at the University of Tennessee in collaboration with other partners. The new strategy is a voluntary disease testing program for importers, wholesalers, retailers, hobbyists, and other handlers of amphibians within the U.S. Amphibian Trade Network. Low to no cost participation, anonymity of testing, incentives, and certifications are all being explored within this program. The program's in its formative stages at the moment, but could represent a way for California to address disease from animal imports based on voluntary compliance sometime in the future. Also included in the introduction is a link to an executive summary for a report regarding a survey of the U.S. Amphibian Trade Network done by the same University of Tennessee team. The report contains valuable insights into the trade network of U.S. amphibian handlers and serves as a complement to the staff report. In our engagement process, lack of knowledge of the breadth and scope of this sector of the pet trade was consistently identified by stakeholders as a limiting factor in formulating situation analyses and appropriate strategies oriented toward the pet trade. So I'm really happy to have this. I received a copy of the full report yesterday from one of the authors, and just this morning received permission to post it to the Commission's website. So I'll get that posted on our meetings page by next week for everyone to take a look at. But for now, the executive summary provides some very interesting information. I want to again thank our stakeholders who participated and made significant contributions of their time and expertise. This initiative simply would not have been possible without their commitment. So thank you to all of you that are listening. I also want to just take a moment to appreciate assistance from our State Sea Grant Fellows who helped along the way. Leslie Hart, Maggie McCann, Rose Dodgen, Corinna Hong, and Kimmy Rogers all helped at various stages of the process, whether they were taking notes or helping to facilitate the meetings or helping think through analysis or helping with the staff support. Thank you to all of them. Even though our staff report on the stakeholder engagement process is technically complete, staff will continue to explore and to bring important information and resources to WRC, to the Commission, and to the public to help provide context to the overall decision space surrounding these issues, like the report that I just mentioned. And finally, I want to note that in the staff summary for this agenda item of today's meeting, staff identified some strategy recommendations of particular interest to Co-Chair Zavaleta that she would like to explore with the public and with the department, specifically more resources for the department, that was strategy number 1, a ban on live imports, strategy number 17, localized eradication, strategy 15, dispatching bullfrogs in contests, strategy 23, water and reservoir management, strategy 27, a split of strategy 32, preventing water contamination via education for private owners and schools, and preventing water contamination via regulation for commercial importers, pet stores, and market facilities and the like. And also recommending against domestic aquaculture, that's strategy number 19, and against adding bullfrogs or turtles to the restricted species list. Those are strategies 30 and 31. The current plan is for further discussion today and potentially for WRC to develop a recommendation at its September 2023 meeting, that's the next meeting, to present to the full commission at its October 2023 meeting. So with that, I'll hand it over to Co-Chair Zavaleta in case you want to make some comments or say something.
Yeah,
continue.
Thank you. And I just want to start out by thanking Ari enormously for tremendous work on this project. It's been a long one and ongoing, and it has a lot of moving parts. And so I just really appreciate your ongoing research and managing this whole stakeholder process and really inviting a lot of terrific input from everyone else. So I'd like to also thank for their contributions to developing the report and helping inform our decision making about this, both in the stakeholder communities and at the department.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Sorry, I'm going to pause to make sure that I accept that. Okay, and I just want to say a little bit about the summary Ari just gave. Calls out some preliminary strategy recommendations of interest to me, and I just want to say a little bit more about what that means. So the report contains a lot of recommendations. There are 30-some recommendations in there, and I don't think it's ever been our intent to try to tackle all of them, take on all of them. That was a sort of suite of things to consider. But it's also the case that a package of strategies is really critical because we have these invasive species already established in California in the case of the bullfrogs. And ideally, we want to be managing them at all stages to mitigate the negative impact that brought about this agenda item. So there are strategies that deal with introductions of propagules, the diseases that they might carry, measures to limit spread, measures to restore the affected ecosystems and native wildlife. And so there are a whole suite of things that I think need to be part of or moving forward on this, particularly because we have these layers associated with the impacts of potential impacts of non-native turtles and the impacts of bullfrogs themselves, and then also both existing and novel diseases that they introduce into California systems. The other things that I want to speak to, at the risk of speaking for a long time at this point, are just sort of why some of these things are on the list of strategies that I identified as places to sort of highlight for further discussion. I mean, more resources one, the department needs resources broadly to be able to implement any new regulations or actions. And so that has to be part of the strategy in some way, even though it's not necessarily something that we can make happen directly, or not only something we can address directly. I have a ban on live imports in there. That is something that some of the stakeholders involved in this conversation have raised a number of times as a really important part of addressing the impacts of non-native turtles and bullfrogs. A ban on live imports is consistent with our mission on the commission, and it would reduce both the introductions of more bullfrogs themselves and disease risk. Don't have the restricted list as a strategy of focus because I think that there have been comments from a number of sides that would be overly restrictive as it prohibits possession. So a kid catching a bullfrog and holding it technically then is in violation. And so that would be potentially like more than makes sense to do. We've had questions about a live sales ban, and I do want to mention that as a potential direction to discuss as well. Obviously, want to hear input on any and all of these and other ones that I'm not mentioning today. Localized eradication strategy 15. Widespread eradication throughout California is not feasible. I just want to put that out there. I think that is our understanding. Bullfrogs are very widely established in California, and localized eradication, on the other hand, in the right kinds of locations, could protect native wildlife, could be sustained. Strategy 23, dispatching bullfrogs in contests. That's just one of a few potential ways to try to release into the wild of post-contest frogs and any diseases that they may be carrying. We do need to understand how significant that source is, how many contest frogs statewide in a year we're talking about, and there are other options, and I'm interested in hearing about other options, such as prohibiting release of post-contest bullfrogs into the wild. So dispatch is what was identified in the report, but I want to underscore that's not necessarily the only way that we could address that particular source of risk. Water and reservoir management, strategy 27. It's valuable to look at the ways that larger scale management of systems can reduce prevalence and impacts of the species in question here. And I would also just mention habitat improvement, strategy 14, as part of that to reduce those impacts and invasibility. And then Ari talked about the water contamination strategies. We need more research, I think, and the report calls that out to really understand the risks associated with water contamination. But I'll just mention that I think it's valuable to think about a strategy that might include outreach and education for some or all of the components of potential sources. As a complement to, instead of regulation, depending on what we learn today and in our next conversations. I guess the final thing I'll say, and I'll just reiterate, because I already said it once, is that that list that's called out in the staff summary is not the only set of things that we're interested in hearing about. So the full list of, I can't remember, 30-something possibilities, and then other strategies beyond that. This is still the time to talk about the various ways that we might, in a comprehensive response on the Commission, address all of the concerns that have been brought to us about bullfrogs and non-native turtles. And so with that, I want to invite public discussion and comment. And we'll start on this item and all the items with folks in the room, and then go to people who are participating via Zoom. So I'll start by asking whether anyone in the room is interested in commenting on this item. No, okay. Cynthia, do we have speakers on Zoom?
We have one speaker.
Okay, and before we open it up, I should mention, I'd be remiss if I did not mention that we do not have a strict time limit. We don't run a timer in committee meetings. The purpose is discussion, but I would ask you to keep your comments concise and focused on the agenda item at hand, because we want to make sure there's time to hear from everybody and to have more of a back and forth and a dialogue.
Yeah, and since we do have quite a few participants online, it's probably helpful if folks do raise their hand, and then we can just go in order of folks if they have their hands raised. So we already have a couple of folks with their hand raised. If you'd like to join the conversation, just raise your hand and we'll go in order of raise hand. So Robert Vanderhoek, I think you were first.
Okay, good morning. Oh wait, noontime. Good afternoon. Robert Roy Vanderhoek, and thank you, Commissioner. Are we talking on general public comment or on invasive on bullfrog and turtles specifically?
We're on
Before I
both
start.
specifically. Yeah, comment was yesterday.
Okay. Okay. Well, I agree, you know, with what the science is showing on different kinds of impacts of bullfrogs and turtles as being non-native and invasive. And that's fine to present that point of view and that accuracy of that point of view, which I agree. But to be fair and open in science, positive things need to be mentioned. There are like innumerable native bird species that prey on, especially in our urban areas where we have urban lakes and urban fishing programs of the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And in those places, you can see photographers, and some of which I've asked to focus on the black-crowned night heron, great blue heron, that are preying on non-native bullfrogs. And so so just so we say, you know, the ecology has benefits too. And then secondly, when we think about the bullfrog as requiring water all the time, it can't ever be in a dry spot. It doesn't have a way. Our native in our urban areas and urban nature areas, like our ecological reserve, the wetlands, for example, the water wetlands are ephemeral, lasting with water for just around a month before, or 2 months before the water evaporates. So those are always real bullfrogs. They never have bullfrogs in them because it's not permanent water. But our native tree frog has a short life cycle as a tadpole, and then after it's an adult, it leaves the water just around the time that the water pond dries up, and then they migrate to a burrow or a hole, a gopher, a rodent, under a tree or a rock, and then they migrate back in the winter season when the pond refills. So there's a conflict in those types of wetlands habitats with ephemeral temporary vernal pool type ponds. And I just wanted to point those two things out, and thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Thanks for that.
Katie, I think you're up next.
Hello. Good morning, Katie Nolan, General Campaigner in Defense of Animals. I'm speaking to encourage the state to stop issuing permits for the importation of American bullfrogs. We also support adding bullfrogs to the state's restricted species list, or at least believe this should be a part of the conversation. We also support the Habitat Improvement Strategy 14 and water contamination strategies and outreach and education. As you know, American bullfrogs are harmful to the environment. They eat native frogs and spread chytrid fungus, a disease responsible for the decline of amphibians worldwide. In Defense of Animals does not support the importation of bullfrogs for either the pet trade or for the purpose of their consumption. In conclusion, In Defense of Animals supports stopping issuing permits for live bullfrog imports and efforts to support native species of amphibians that are non-lethal. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Jerry, I believe you're next.
Hello, how are you doing?
Hi, Jerry.
Thanks for joining us.
Hi, it's good to be here. I am Save the Frogs founder, Dr. Carrie Krieger, and I have a few things to say. I want to start out on the May 16, 17, 2023 staff summary in the background section. It starts out by saying, in December 2018, the Commission referred to the WRC a stakeholder engagement plan to track progress addressing issues around non-Native American bullfrogs. I'd like to clarify the timeline because that implies that all of this began in December 2018. In December 2016, Save the Frogs and the Center for Biological Diversity submitted a petition to the state with the goal of adding American bullfrogs to California's list of restricted species. In April 2017, the Department of Fish and Wildlife staff recommended denying that petition in order to have stakeholder meetings. In October 2017, the staff presented a proposal for stakeholder meetings. Over a year elapsed before the meetings began. So based on the DFW staff's 2017 recommendation to deny the petition, over 6 years ago, that has resulted in the department permitting the importation of approximately 12 million American bullfrogs into the state. That's using an average of about 2 million bullfrogs imported each year. So I want that to be clear, and the results of what has happened, the 12 million bullfrogs that have come into the state due to denying that petition. I also want to say, because I heard in this meeting and I heard in the last meeting, adding them to the restricted species list, I heard would be too restrictive. But my question is, who needs to hold a bullfrog? And is there really going to be someone there enforcing something on a kid holding a bullfrog who's just picked it up for a few minutes? Probably not. People don't really need to be holding bullfrogs. If they want to jump a frog, they can jump any number of other frogs that are not restricted. Okay, so then my final thing to say is that in the name of taking action so that these things don't take 6 years more or 8 years more or whatever, yesterday I conceived of and created the Bullfrog Action Group. Action is our middle name. I invite everybody out there, whether you're a politician, a bureaucrat, member of the public, nonprofit organization, anyone out there, go to savethefrogs.com/bullfrogs. The Bullfrog Action Group link is at the top. And we're going to have meetings to discuss the bullfrog issue and create policy changes that benefit California's native amphibians. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thanks. Thank you, Carrie. Do we have additional hands raised?
Anyone else want to contribute to this conversation or provide any thoughts, especially on that short list that Co-Chair Zavaleta has identified of interest to her?
Well, I will say that this has been a long time coming, and I appreciate the comments about wanting to see action soon, because it is something that we've been working on for a long time. Given that we've been working on it this long, I want to make sure that we do get somewhere comprehensive and feasible that is actually going to be implemented. So, you know, I'm impatient too, and I'm hoping that at the September meeting of the WRC, and we originally had sort of ambitiously targeted making a recommendation to the full commission today. I think it was actually quite valuable to have one more opportunity to filter through and discuss some of these potential actions. And I expect that in September, when we return to this issue, we will have even more information, particularly from our partners at the department, who are critical partners in implementing whatever it is that we decide to take action on here, and that we'll be able to move forward. So, thank you. And with that, we will move to agenda item 7, wildlife rehabilitation.
I think before we do, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I was
I
just
should turn it back over to you.
No, I was just reminded. We said it yesterday, but we didn't reiterate it today, and we should have. There are 3 items. Item 9, take of non-game mammals, and 2 items under the department updates: the bear management plan and fisheries branch. Bear management plan and striped bass slot limits. Those 3 items are being continued to a future meeting. They'll be discussed again in September, we expect. So public comment was taken yesterday on those 3 items during item 5, general public comment, for items not on the agenda. So we won't be taking comment on those 3 items for today. Just wanted to make that announcement so that people were aware of that.
Sorry, I should have asked whether you have any additional comments.
No, I was just reminded, I forgot. It said that yesterday, but people might not have been aware of that today, so just wanted to clarify that. So if you're ready, we can go on to item 7.
Yep, let's go on to item 7, wildlife rehabilitation. Right, you can kick that one off.
Okay. So this item is to discuss and potentially make recommendations regarding future rulemaking to improve the regulatory framework for authorizing wildlife rehabilitation, including wildlife care standards, permit revocation and denial standards, forums, and other changes. Currently, 85 wildlife rehabilitation facilities operate under permits issued by the department. Wildlife rehabilitation permits are issued for a 3-year period and include international wildlife care standards that each facility must abide by in its operations. The department has proposed an update to many aspects of the wildlife rehabilitation regulations in California, and today we'll get a presentation of the updated proposals for changes to the regulations. That presentation will be given to us by Heather Perry, the Wildlife Rehabilitation Program Coordinator for the department. We have Heather online here.
Hi, folks. Sorry, this is Vicki. I'm actually going to be doing the presentation today. All right, can folks hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. All right, so my name's Vicki Monroe. I'm the Conflict Programs Coordinator for the state. We have quite a few programs that we oversee, but one of the ones that's nearest and dearest to my heart is our Native Wildlife Rehabilitation Program. Heather, as Ari mentioned, is our statewide Wildlife Rehab Program Coordinator and a member of our team. Next slide, please. So today we're going to discuss this rulemaking process. Currently, as was noted, there's a paucity of existing regulatory framework that's been established for the state of California. The text is quite sparse and it's fairly outdated. I want to emphasize that our 85 wildlife rehabilitation facilities and permittees that are operating in the state, plus our hundreds of satellite facilities that operate under those permits, our volunteers, their paid staff, etc., do extraordinary work. They are such valued partners in wildlife conservation, and their dedication just shines through. So this is really for them and with them in mind to bring our standards and requirements to a level that reflects the professionalism and expertise that they're already operating under for future wildlife rehabilitators in the state. So as we work through this rulemaking process, it's really important to also note the sheer number of animals that come in, both to the department at the Wildlife Health Lab and to our wildlife rehabilitators. That's over 100,000 plus. That's a fairly conservative estimate, and that's across all taxonomic groups. All right, next slide, please. So the current Title 14 California Code of Regulations section for wildlife rehabilitation, 679, again, very sparse. We propose to revoke that section and to replace it with the following new sections. So section 679.1 is definitions, 679.2, transportation and confinement of live wild animals. 3 is permits for wildlife rehabilitation, humane care and treatment standards, facility and caging standards for rehabilitation animals, clarifying the protocols and process for release of native wildlife into the wild after rehabilitation, inspection of rehabilitation facilities, seizure of animals by the department, denial and revocation of permits, and effect on seizure of animals. This has been a long time coming. We've been discussing this with CCWR, our rehabilitators, agency partners for many, many, many years, preceding Heather, in fact, with our previous wildlife rehab program coordinator, Nicole. She had actually undertaken this and tried to walk something through to at least update some of the outdated regulatory text in 2015. But we quickly realized that it's a far more complex need to tackle and to address. All right, next slide, please. So the goals and benefits of the proposed changes, we want to, again, highlight and emphasize and shine a light on the invaluable service that our wildlife rehabbers in the state provide. And we want to set a clear roadmap for future rehabbers that come in after them to understand the standards and requirements and training that goes into this. I'm fond of saying that, you know, for most folks, this isn't their livelihood. They're not making money off of this, but it is their life. I myself was a wildlife rehabber several years ago. I know Heather was as well. There's just a lot to this, and it really does go to your heart and soul. So we want to make sure that there's consistency with the most current standards and scientifically based requirements. To that end, we have started fleshing out the conceptual framework for a 679 wildlife rehabilitation manual. It's in draft form, first draft, to be responsive to our wildlife rehabbers' requests to have that full document available and to be transparent to the process. We provided that as part of this package that's available on the website with this meeting agenda and presentation. You know, some of the other goals and benefits to increase public awareness and appreciation of the ethical standards maintained by our rehabbers. Again, I can't sing their praises enough. They have been valued partners in this. We are undergoing a pretty critical review, and we've brought them in at this very first step in the process with the draft manual. It'll be designed as a living document. Some of the other things, as I noted, to increase recognition of the service provided by our wildlife rehabilitators. I think, you know, wildlife waste station and COVID and wildfires, climate change, all of these things, increasing human-wildlife conflict, have really increased the volume of animals, wildlife that people interact with and or perceive to be in distress, and many animals that are in fact in distress. So we want to make sure that this service that's being provided voluntarily by these rehabilitators is recognized and valued by the general public. A lot of folks don't know. I know a lot of our rehabbers, I know us in our program, we receive a lot of inquiries from people who just don't understand. So, you know, we'll receive contacts from folks who love animals, they think baby squirrels are cute, and they want to know how to become a wildlife rehabilitator. They point back to the existing 679, and because there doesn't appear to be a lot of requirements associated with that, it's just a disconnect with what actually goes into this. So this is a very positive step forward. And then updated permit renewal process to better meet the needs of our wildlife rehabilitators. Again, this is modeled off of our current wildlife rehabilitators and the existing wealth of information that we hope to capture and cite appropriately, of course, in our manual. That's across AZA animal diet guides, the NWR 2021 standards. Currently, we are utilizing their third edition, which is 20 years out of date, and doesn't reflect the current knowledge and techniques and standards that our rehabbers use. We also want to clarify the inspection process. We want to make things as transparent, accountable, and above board as any other permit or license issued by the department. So 671 restricted species facilities, you know, any of these processes, they really do need to be fleshed out appropriately, and they need to be supportive to folks that are interested in engaging in that process. Next slide, please. So benefits of the regulation to the health and welfare of California residents. Again, I'm going to reiterate and really hit this home, requiring adherence to the most current standards. That is where this conceptual framework for the draft 679 Wildlife Rehab Manual comes into play. We have worked with our Office of General Counsel, our regulatory unit core team, our wildlife veterinarians, so many folks internally, and now moving that discussion broader with our wildlife rehabbers to make sure that the manual will serve as a living document, that it will reflect, again, the current resources that are out there. So whenever the next NWR standards for wildlife rehab comes out, as AZA updates its animal diet guides for captive animals, we want to be able to capture that. As our wildlife veterinarians and wildlife health lab identifies new diseases of concern and protocols and processes to survey and monitor for those diseases, to collect samples, et cetera, we want to be able to capture that. So that is what the manual will help serve that purpose. And this is essential to protect our native wildlife species. Benefits of the regulation to worker safety, requiring site-specific conditions necessary to protect, again, not just the animals, the rehabilitation animals that'll be in possession, but members of the general public that may visit those facilities and transfer wildlife over, folks that may temporarily confine or temporarily possess wildlife for the purposes of rehabilitation. And of course, you know, the tireless volunteers and staff that really serve those facilities and allow them to meet this overwhelming need. And then benefits of the regulation to the state's environment. So a component of this is helping to standardize release criteria, make sure that as a department that we're helping better serve our rehabbers with clear guidance for, again, things like disease surveillance, how to protect folks that are handling wildlife, how to clarify the process of if an animal who has been deemed an unsuitable candidate for release to the wild may in fact be a suitable candidate for permanent placement as an animal, as an educational animal or an animal ambassador. Things like that. I mean, there's so many pieces to this that we really are trying to tease it apart. And because this has been so long in the making and this need is so immense, we really want to be as comprehensive as possible. All right, next slide, please. So alternatives to regulation change, no alternatives have been identified. Currently, the 679 is so outdated. There's just such a critical need. Currently, the regulatory text fails to meet current standards, current knowledge, and those requirements that we've identified as necessary for the welfare of each animal, the safety of our rehabbers, the safety of the general public, human health, etc. Reasonable alternatives that would lessen adverse impact on small businesses. We are extremely conscientious of the fact that unlike our restricted species facilities that are permitted under 671.1, wildlife rehabbers don't charge for their services. A lot of our rehabbers are home rehabbers. That is part of what I did when I used to do wildlife rehab. I started out in a facility, and then for a period of time, I did home rehab. So I understand. We definitely understand. So we have created a transitional period clause to allow our rehabilitators that are currently permitted to transition. I will say this, looking over our documentation, having discussions with our rehabbers to date, 90+% of our folks already meet this. It's, again, the new folks that are coming in, the new folks that are expressing interest, increasing support and guidance for satellite facilities operating under a primary permit. Those folks' efforts and their dedication also shines a light and reflects directly on our primary permittees. And then, something else that we've implemented or would like to implement as part of this rulemaking is to establish variance requirements consistent with other regulatory text We want to provide that latitude for each of our wildlife rehabilitators to use their expertise. And if something has been outlined or identified in the 679 manual or the actual regulatory text as a requirement, if they need to deviate from that, if they wish to deviate from that, if their existing enclosures and requirements deviate from that, but it meets all conditions that we've identified together as necessary to maintain animal welfare and human health and safety, then we would be able to approve that variance request. So that's something that we're very much so committed to. The other thing, there is no proposed increase in the permit application fee, other than what is already tied to code and regs as far as being adjusted for inflation and so on and so forth. Another piece of this is the back end requirements for us. It's going to increase substantially up front, but in the long run, it will better serve our rehabbers, in which they'll be actually in our ALDS system. So we'll have an online system that's consolidated, integrated, transparent, and it's really going to help folks. It's going to help us as well. The other thing is no suggested change or increase to the inspection fee, and we are not proposing any fee associated with re-inspections, none. So those items, coupled with us standing up the Native Wildlife Rehabilitation Grants Program and attempting to offer more opportunities to financially support our rehabbers, altogether serves to lessen any potential impacts. Next slide, please. So documents to be incorporated into the regulation change. So these are documents that will not be incorporated by reference. They're being described in great detail as far as what the needs are to collect information. As an option, the applicant or permittee can provide their own required information in whatever format they wish, or they can use these forms that we're creating. So the primary permit application, that's replacing the existing one, FG 542. Our veterinarian of record agreement, we have that fleshed out, and it further clarifies the veterinarian services that a licensed vet is willing and able to offer and provide as a veterinarian of record under that permit. It provides clear draft language. Again, it's not the final form, but for the licensed veterinarian to understand the expertise, the knowledge, and what lead role the rehabilitator takes in regards to the overall care plan for each individual rehabilitation animal, and vice versa. Wildlife rehab list of authorized persons. So that'll be to help track and maintain records for who's the designee under the permit. We have quite a few permits who a member of a board, as an example, is the permit holder name, but it's actually the coordinator or director of the facility that is overseeing day-to-day operations. We want to be able to capture that and be able to better support those facilities and be more responsive and communicate well. Okay. And then authorization to access property, primary facility and satellite facility inspection forms, sub-permit application form, updating the wildlife rehab annual report, and still allowing for our rehabbers to submit a wormed annual report in place of any annual report form that we have. Again, as noted, the 679 Wildlife Rehab Manual, currently in its conceptual framework draft form. Certification of animal condition, this will help clarify the process for identifying an animal deemed not for release as a potential candidate for permanent placement. And then transfer of possession. So that way, if someone is in the midst of transferring a non-releasable animal, say they're a volunteer for the facility, all that information is covered. They have what they need to demonstrate if they were pulled over by CHP or something, that this is in fact a legitimate transfer. All right, next slide, please. So public discussions of proposed changes prior to notice publication. So reiterating and emphasizing that our currently permitted wildlife rehabilitators, any licensed veterinarians who have provided care for rehab animals, any of our general public who volunteer or assist facilities or transfer animals to and from rehab facilities. They're our core interested parties and our subject matter experts that we're really leaning into engaging with. California Council for Wildlife Rehab Rehabilitators, we spoke at the annual meeting in November. Heather provided information regarding this rulemaking process and putting this on the radar. We sent out a 679 rehab reg survey for our rehabilitators in November 2022, received quite a few responses, and overwhelmingly folks responded with, they agree that there's a need to update the regs. There's a need to clarify certain processes. The Wildlife Resource, so WRC, we spoke to you all briefly January 12th. We hosted our CDFW annual meeting, March 16th. Again, we had approximately a 15-minute presentation at the end dedicated purely to the 679, and again, making sure this was on our folks' radar. May 1st, department solicitation for first round review of the proposed 679 subsections. As Heather noted in January, at that stage, we were 85 to 90% done with the regulatory subsection text, completely separate from the 679 draft manual that has also been sent out now. So we're undergoing a pretty detailed review process. We have 5 working groups comprised of wildlife rehab volunteers, ranging from specialty rehab, mammals, general avian, waterbird, and raptor rehab. I just spoke this morning for about 45 minutes with NWR, their editor for the 2021 standards, and she is brilliant. We just have so many amazing experts and just technical guidance and expertise to help guide this process. In addition to this, we've spoken to a majority of the states who have wildlife rehab programs and what their regulatory process has been. And we will just continue from there. We actually have a CCWR town hall meeting and Q&A next, excuse me, town hall Q&A meeting next Tuesday evening, purely dedicated to discussing 679 and providing additional information. We're getting fairly consistent FAQs coming through. So we definitely want to help clarify the information that's going out and what this process actually entails. Next slide. All right, so some feedback to date, clarification regarding the experience and training requirements, facility discretion regarding non-native and or restricted species, emergency planning and successional planning processes, what the specialty rehabilitation permit process is going to look like. We have increasingly received requests from facilities interested in large carnivore rehabilitation, and also as more diseases of concern come up specific to ungulates, that is certainly something that we want to provide a better framework to support that work. All right, next slide. I think that may be it. Okay, I hope I didn't zoom through that too much or talk too much. Definitely want to make time for any comments, and I'm hoping that we have a good turnout from some of our rehabbers. We sent out a notice that the WRC meeting would be taking place.
Great, thank you so much for the presentation. A lot of information there. We can go to public comment here to hear what our participants would like to contribute to the discussion, and we'll start with folks in the room. So I'll start by asking whether there are members of the public present in person who'd like to speak. And if you'd introduce yourself, please, since we don't have the little name tags like we do on Zoom.
And you do want to make sure you speak up the microphone and talk toward the microphone. Gotcha. Thanks. So my name is Cambria Wells. I'm president of the board of directors for the California Council for Wildlife Rehabilitators. We represent about 200 memberships. Within those memberships, a substantial number are actually facilities. So that membership represents the volunteer base and staff of that facility. So we have
a lot of people coming together in our community, and they have certainly given us a lot of feedback about this topic. As soon as this item came onto the agenda, we started receiving emails, and we got a lot more as soon as all of this documentation came available to our members. It is a lot of material, and we're incredibly appreciative of the work that went into this and sympathetic to just how much work this is. And I think rehabbers' goals, CCWR's goals, department's goals all very clearly align. You know, we all want the same things out of this. That said, the feedback I've been receiving from our members is not universally positive. There's definitely confusion and anxiety about what we've received so far. A lot of our members can't be here right now or even be on Zoom because it is May. It's middle of baby season. This is actually actively for when for a lot of rehabilitators, everything ramps up. You know, I fed 3 fawns, got in my car and drove down here last night from LA to give you an idea of what the pace of this is for us. For some people, even answering an email right now is a lot. And so to receive this much information in a format that requires really careful review and a lot of thought and a lot of comparison to what we already have, places a lot of stress on rehabbers. That stress can potentially depress their actual involvement in this process. Essentially, for a lot of rehabbers, the exposure they feel they've had to it at this point is a mention in November, a mention in March, and then receiving all of this information on May 2nd, finding out that they needed to say something by today. So it's pretty clear to me, based on our conversations with Vicki and Heather, about the work that they put in, and with conversations with our membership about what their concerns and their experiences are, that the perceptions of this process and how it's gone so far don't necessarily align. And that the perceptions of what this process is going to be going forward don't necessarily align. I think as CCWR, we really like to make sure that we're all meeting on the same page, have the same understanding of what's happening. The existence of a working group since August on this document, and then everything coming out all at once together, paints a picture for some folks of potential lack of respect for their time, and how long it actually takes to craft something like this, and how long it will take to review that. Multiple experienced members have expressed that this project as it stands with the standards document, which I think Sam's going to go into a little more, just seems too ambitious for the timeline. People want this to be good. They have a lot of opinions. They are appreciative of the department's interest in making this better. And as I said, there is significant anxiety about how it's come to us so far. Rehabilitators, you know, many of the ones in our community have decades of experience working with these animals, crafting actual guidance documents, and they provide a really poorly understood public service with historically very little financial, educational, or structural support. I think all of us really welcome the promise of better support, and we really welcome the examination of how things are done in other states, on a national level, and within California and how that applies to California. And we've heard some really valuable feedback from CCWR members in particular that I know they have communicated to the department, that could help push us in a better direction temporarily. But I don't know that it's clear to our members what each next step is. We know that our many working groups have until May 29th. And we know that the proposed dates for this to take effect are January or July of next year. Based on our previous experiences with guidance documents, that seems very fast to us. And so that doesn't necessarily make it clear that there will be adequate wait time for comment based on how long peer review processes of this have taken in the past. You know, we do want to be engaged with this. Our members really want to be engaged with this, and we want this to be positive. And having a clearer path forward for that, and equalized perceptions of what's going on and what our next steps are, would be very helpful. Vicki and Heather have already kindly agreed to on Monday, the 22nd. They're going to be joining us for a town hall hosted by CCWR, and we're really grateful for that time and for the willingness to sit down with everybody. I think we would really like a soft reset, you know, to take a step back, look at what's happening now that this document is in everyone's hands, and to take a look at where what's happening going forward. Because right now it just feels as though these timelines seem very close for what rehabilitators understand the process.
Thanks. Yes.
Good morning.
Introduce yourself.
My name is Sam Christie, and I'm the Vice President of the California Council for Wildlife Rehabilitators. And I'd like to thank Cambria for saying everything so eloquently. I could not agree more. I definitely want to emphasize that we've been receiving dozens of messages from our membership, generally expressing concern about their understanding of the process, predominantly about the rapid timelines of the process. I really greatly appreciate everything that Vicki and Heather have done, because the general consensus is that people agree the regulations are in dire need of updating. There's a bit of a discrepancy between the feelings that people have towards new regulations being updated and the 679 Native Wildlife Rehab Manual that has also been presented. People are generally more in favor of the regulations going forward and feel that that could be a more supported process with the timelines presented versus the 679 Native Wildlife Rehabilitation Manual being approved in that same timeline. Unfortunately, I think there's been a lot of misunderstanding, and there are differing perspectives on the amount of stakeholder outreach and just general knowledge of the history of this process. I think that while BDFW is familiar with the history of it, even CCWR's board rotates. We have terms of 3 to 6 years. So I think that the outreach is possibly not as good as the department feels that it has been. And because of that, it's led to a lot of the panic that's going on. I would be extremely interested, Vicki, to hear more about your conversation with Jenny Schleeps from the National Wildlife Rehabilitators Association regarding the NWRA standards document from 2021. I think a lot of people have been in support of adopting those standards as written as our in substitute of this Native Wildlife Rehab Manual that's been presented. That publication was brought forth by the best of the best. It took subject matter experts 2.5 years to put that together. Trusted individuals, many of them from California, and they received thousands of comments on it. It has been federally reviewed. I would really be interested to hear more about that, because historically, the NWRA minimum standards has been referenced in 679, and we're still not quite understanding why that's not possible to continue doing here. It seems that that document by NWRA has been heavily sampled in the 679 Native Wildlife Rehabilitation Manual, and in that sampling, it's lost a lot of its valuable context, some accuracy, and these mini review teams that have been put together, and I've seen them called working groups, but I'm not sure that there was enough structure within those mini teams to really act as a working group. People received the information with only the opportunity to really track changes and provide their feedback in a document with such a short window of time that's just not in line with the schedules and the time availability of rehabilitators and volunteers and these stakeholders during this time of year. So I think a more inclusive and appreciated process by this community would have involved the people getting on board when these documents were being created in the first place versus as a process as they are now. And I think to proceed on this course would potentially deter new rehabilitators from applying, but also, and even worse, could deter current rehabilitators from applying. These are some of the concerns we've been hearing from membership. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a number of hands raised online, and I'm taking a lot of notes, and I want to respond and give folks, including you first, Vicki, when we get through all the comments, an opportunity to respond. So hang in there. Who's our next speaker?
Yeah, so, and Vicki, before the next person starts, could you just maybe drop me a text or an email with the link to the information for next week's meeting?
Absolutely.
Okay, awesome, thank you. We have Ellen Wiesel, I believe, has her hand up.
Yeah. Hi, good morning. I'm the executive director at Wild Care. For those of you who don't know us, we are a wildlife hospital and environmental education center located in San Rafael. So we are an urban wildlife hospital, and we treat about 3,500 animals a year in our hospital, and we field about 15,000 calls from all over the country. We're a $3 million organization with 30 employees and over 200 volunteers. First, I want to thank you for the presentation this morning. I too am concerned mostly about the process and allowing, our folks, our employees, our volunteers time to look at these proposed changes. We also obviously are concerned in that we're looking to build a new wildlife hospital here in San Rafael. Have been in touch with Heather and appreciate all her support. But, this is pretty significant. And again, I will reiterate, hard to make these comments during baby season. So I just wanted to thank you. We're glad to be part of this process, but we hope that some consideration will be taken into account regarding the timeline and sort of how these changes and proposed changes might be rolled out. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I think our next speaker is Marilyn Jasper. I can't, it's very hard for me to see the screen.
Oh, sorry, yes, it's Marilyn Jasper. Thank you. And then Melanie, you would follow Marilyn.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yes.
Thanks. Decades ago, many decades ago, I took the training and was a songbird rehabilitator for a couple of years, and I hope someday to get back into that. But I can't find any notices of the meetings, the forums, the town halls, or anything to stay on top of these proposed changes. I just somebody's going to text somebody and put them in the chat, and that would be really helpful. I'd really be much interested in finding out the details of the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. My name is Melanie Piazza. I'm the director of animal care at Wild Care, who Ellen is my boss who just spoke. I am actually the permit holder. I've had my migratory bird permit for 24 years and our California state permit for 20 here. And so I agree wholeheartedly and really appreciate all the work going into this at these regs. It is time to be updated. I think in my 20 years here, I think this is the first time it's happened. So very much appreciate that and see the need. I echo all of the concerns that our CCWR representatives have said for us in terms of the time frame, which is really overwhelming and scary. And then just an example of some of the issues that we are really causing a lot of stress for us is like the number of satellite or offsite volunteers being limited to 10. I have 26 people just on my squirrel team alone to make it possible. Our facility is too small. Even with building a new hospital, we're just not going to have enough space. So things like that are very stressful. But again, I appreciate what was clarified today, that it looks like there's going to be room for variances. So that's great, but then a lot of the requirements seem insanely high to me. So 500 hours of training or 750 hours of training hands-on before people are allowed to be considered or to take animals home. We have, as you all probably know, there's a national volunteer shortage. We have a hard time getting volunteers to be here 4 hours a week. So requiring that amount of time to be trained first before they can take animals home would effectively cut us off Like there's just no way we could treat the 3,500 animals we do on site like that. So those just seem very restrictive and not realistic, honestly, to any center. And we're lucky enough to have a center. I can't imagine what home rehabbers would be able to do. So that's just a sample of one of the things that is worrisome to us. And basically we're worried about, you know, financial impact of being able to have enough volunteers or being able to treat all these animals, because if we can't, and that means higher euthanasia rates, then that means higher compassion fatigue and burnout for our staff and our volunteers. So I think that's everything, but thank you. And I appreciate the open comment sections.
Thank you, Melanie, for your comments.
I think we have the urban wildlife center.
Hi, yes, Yggdrasil Urban Wildlife Rescue over here in San Francisco and Oakland, Berkeley, Alameda. I just want to keep this short because I know there are a lot of people who want to speak. We are 100% volunteer run. We have 130 plus volunteers, and we've been doing this since, well, over 20 years, close to 25 years now. And I want to add our voice to the excitement that this process has started. This is really great. But there's also a lot of concern because it looks, at least at the moment, that these regulations are really geared towards large hospital establishments. In our wildlife center, for example, we cover a vast area and we're badly needed. Animal control agencies depend upon us. We are 100% volunteer run and we don't have a facility, because most city agencies don't support or see the value in what we do. I mean, San Francisco is trying to get rid of animal control because they don't think it's important. So, you know, my point is, we're a small center relatively compared to Wild Care or Lindsay Wildlife or many of the others in the area. And a lot of these regulations are scary because they would really eliminate our ability to operate unless we had, you know, a lot more financial support. So I just wanted to voice that I'm really happy that there's going to be more input and just speak up for the little guys like our organization. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for your comment.
We have Monty, and then we also have Corky, but at January Bill, I believe also. I have to find him.
Monty, go ahead. Oh, we can't hear you, Monty. You're still muted.
Okay.
There we go. Much better.
Hi, I'm Monty Merrick, and I am the director of Humboldt Wildlife Care Center. Have been up here for 12 years, but I've been a rehabilitator for 24 years, and I am yes. And anyway, 24 years as a wildlife rehabilitator. I started up in Washington, and I moved to California in 2002 to work with aquatic birds specifically. And in 2009, I and 5 of my co-workers, colleagues formed Bird Ally X together. And I'm currently the president of that board. But okay, so enough about me. I just really wanted to say that, you know, Bird Ally X has written a wildlife manual. It's actually a manual that is, in my view, a manual is something that when you read it, it's telling you how to do your job. And we wrote one of those manuals called Introduction to Aquatic Bird Rehabilitation. It took us years to write this, and we were just 6 people working on it. I tell you this much because I want you to know how much it matters to me that in our field, we achieve excellence, we pursue excellence, and that our standards be as high as they can possibly be. Kind of concerned, just to reiterate what everybody else said, the timing is really poor on this. I got the information on the new Native Wildlife Rehabilitation Manual on May 1st with comments due by today. And that is just really, it super conflicts with how our work is right now. You know, I'm working 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, like everybody else is. And this is just adding a big pile onto, you know, every one of our days. And, you know, we've been working under the minimum standards of wildlife rehabilitation for, you know, basically forever, right? The third edition is mentioned in the 679 currently. And I remember when Nicole Carrion and I were having a conversation about it, and we talked about what it would take to get updated, because at that point there was already a fourth edition out that had come out in 2012, and we were talking about updating California to refer to that. And so since everybody else pretty much said what I, you know, intended to say, I just want to mention that it's been explained that this new update is for future rehabilitators. And I just want to say that the responsibility for excellence within any profession lies with its practitioners. Training our profession's newest members is the responsibility of its more experienced members. The advancement of any profession is the responsibility of that profession's practitioners. And standards for care are developed and written by care providers. That's just the way it works. It's not, people who are not qualified to write standards for care shouldn't write them, and people who understand the standards for care shouldn't. I feel personally, and you know, I see that there's like a list of ways in which CDFW has been talking about bringing this forward, but I learned about this manual on May 1st. And I would really, I feel that if we were actually as valued as people are saying that we're valued, that our input would have been sought much sooner than this. And I'm in favor of updating California's code. And I think that the permitting part and all of those things that are outside of the minimum standards that are in 679 should be updated. And I totally agree with that. Would love to see standards that support good animal care, that support understaffed, underfunded, and overworked rehabilitators. And also, I really I value the incredible amount of work that went into the updated standards for wildlife rehabilitation that NWRA and IWRC put together, and the fact that it includes best practices. You know, I teach an ethics workshop for new volunteers here, and first of all, it's a great pleasure to work in California. I've worked in a lot of different states, and California has the best regulatory framework that I've worked under. You know, we have the Oil Wildlife Care Network. No other state has anything like that, not really. I mean, and those that do have things like that, it's modeled after the Oil Wildlife Care Network. California is a great place to work. I've worked in Michigan, I've worked in Louisiana, and trust me, I come back to California very grateful for the regulatory framework that we have now. And I also 100% support the CDFW and us working together to make that framework even better. But not when we've got babies that we're feeding from dawn till late at night. And that's, I'll stop here.
Thank you, Monte. So we have Corky next, and then January Bill, followed by, oh, she dropped off. Okay, so we'll go to Corky and then January Bill.
Hi, so my nickname is Corky. My given name is Mary Jean Quirk. And I have a couple of concerns. One is I work under 2 separate wildlife rescue permits, and in the new regs it says one cannot do that. I have my own permit, but I also work under a larger group, mostly because of insurance. And we end up covering multiple counties because bats are pretty specialty work. So there are not a lot of other facilities, and I'm in the greater Sacramento area, and there's not a lot of other facilities that do accept bats into rescue. So that was my second concern, is the line item that says one can only have a satellite that is in adjacent county. That would severely impact the areas that we serve here in Northern California. And then look at the number of hours required for training, kind of going back to what WildCare was expressing as well, to have supervised training at 500, 750 hours would be completely prohibitive to us to recruit new volunteers. We're all home rehabbers. I don't work out of a facility. We all work out of our home. So that would mean I would have to have volunteers in my home for years before they are able to care for one of the animals. And then speaking of bats specifically, I do not understand why bats have been moved to the specialty requirement with things like the large carnivores, the mountain lions and bears, and with the raptors and the venomous snakes. I understand they are rabies vector species, but there are other wildlife that are rabies vector species. And kind of back to what Monty was saying, we train our volunteers. There are requirements for each type of animal that we work with. People who are interested in working with bats have to have pre-exposure rabies vaccination. They're trained in using other kinds of protections to keep themselves and or their family safe. So I don't understand why they got pulled out of the general wildlife permit and put into the specialty area, which will then limit our ability to care for them in the state. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment.
Yeah, so we're going to go to January Bill next, and then Teddy and Rebecca.
Hi, my name is January Bill, and I'm a permitted wildlife rehabilitator, working in the profession for 23 years. And I'm also one of the 40 manual reviewers selected by the department for the waterbird component of the proposed California 679 Native Wildlife Rehabilitation Manual. And I just wanted to make it clear that I'm very much in favor of updating regulations as long as there is equal participation with the wildlife rehabilitation profession. I'm respectfully requesting that the commission not take action on adopting the proposed California 679 Native Wildlife Rehabilitation Manual, and instead take action to continue to adopt the modern standards produced with recent science in mind, the 2021 standards manual put forth jointly by our field, so the National Wildlife Rehabilitators Association and International Wildlife Rehabilitation Council. In short, I feel like the proposed manual didn't include stakeholders' participation in the development process until just recently. And writing such a significant manual without actually the field itself is going to obviously be ripe with challenges and problems, which I have seen in the portion I have reviewed. The draft manual itself requires a tremendous amount of work on the stakeholders' part to make this a high standard manual. And the expert working groups that were just recently put together were given only 21 days to review and comment on this manual. Several people on the expert review working group who have experience with manual development, like myself, communicated to the department that the scope of work required in the given timeline was unattainable, and there was no response made by the department. Asking our community to duplicate work when 2021 NWRA and IWRC standards exist and fill in the major gaps of the proposed manual is unfair to do during the beginning of our busiest seasonal work. It demonstrates a lack of understanding of our field. One of the deadlines, the regulation changes review, it ends today, the same day as this meeting, and many of our experts in the field could not participate or contribute because of the timeline, including myself. I just feel like the limited communication and the lack of transparency to the wildlife rehabilitation constituents is really disheartening, since I feel the California Department of Fish and Wildlife has always had a good reputation of working really closely with our community and our profession in a very respectful partnership. So I'm requesting the commission not take action on adopting the proposed California 679 Native Wildlife Rehabilitation Manual, and instead take action to continue to adopt the most modern standards based on science and experts within our field, the people doing the work, the 2021 Standards Manual. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. I feel like maybe I want to take all the comments, but I will also just flag that I want to talk about the process going forward so that everyone's on the same page about what the process looks like. January, your comment about the commission adopting or not adopting, just to make sure that everybody does understand the process at a minimum is that a recommendation comes out of the committee, potentially at some point, to the full commission to consider a proposed regulation at a future meeting, not specified which. You know, the fastest that process can go is a 3-meeting process, is my understanding. But often, as you heard on the last item, if you were present for it, it can be a much longer process. And so the full commission won't be adopting anything for at least many months, even if we took the very fastest path available. And I'm not saying that to suggest that that's where we're going, but I do want to clarify that nothing's getting adopted today or in June or in August either, no matter what we do today. So there will be ample opportunity, no matter what we do today, to continue to be part of the conversation. I just want to reassure everyone of that. And I have more to say about that, but I want to continue to hear from folks who've been waiting patiently to speak. And I think, Teddy, you've got your hand raised. Please go ahead.
Hi, yes, my name is Teddy, and I work with Tri-County Wildlife Care. I've been a staff member and a volunteer almost 10 years now. So working both as staff in a center and volunteer work, home care, as well as ambassador work. I have had experience in multiple different facets of wildlife rehabilitation. I really respect and appreciate the desire to move forward with our standards of care, with regulations that can be more clear and concise. My biggest concern is that a lot of these proposed regulations do seem more geared towards large-scale facilities and less towards individual home care rehabbers or smaller facilities who don't have a centralized facility. I appreciate that we are going more towards like the AVMA, you know, veterinary type standards in terms of these proposed regulations. However, I am very concerned about the aspect of funding, about volunteer staffing, and kind of echoing what some of the other facilities have talked about in regards to how fast the timeline is, which I know this is just proposed timelines like you just mentioned, and that there's no clear idea yet of how fast these things will go into action. But for a lot of us, you know, a year is a blink of an eye when we work almost every single month of the year, taking care of the wildlife 24/7, 365 days of the year. So please do consider the fact that, you know, we are not for-profit veterinary professionals. We are dedicating our time more so than a lot of full-time personnel maybe, and that a lot of these proposed regulations will cause us to struggle to maintain adequate volunteers to keep our facilities running. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Teddy. Our next speaker is Rebecca Dimitrick.
Hi, sorry for the bad cell connection. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thanks.
Okay, thanks so much. Rebecca Dimitrick, Wildlife Emergency Services and Humane Wildlife Control. Got my first rehab permit in 1981, long time. I appreciate the work that you guys have put into this and the direction that we're going. I think you've heard, I want to echo everybody that says the timeline is a little off. And I respectfully ask that you push the get us to do that thing that was due today. And I really wanted to, but it's going to take hours. And it's important input for you. So if we can extend that out a few weeks, a month, and then push what today's meeting was supposed to be, push that out. You've caught all of us in the very busy season, as you know. And anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I also echo what January Bill said. And if it's not already included, just make sure that we all have to keep to that 2021 and IWRC and WRA standards. And thank you so much, and thanks everybody for your hard work.
Thanks for your comment. Let's see,
we have Marie Travers.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marie Travers. I'm with Bird LAX, and I've been a wildlife rehabilitator specializing in aquatic birds and oil spill response for over 20 years. And I'm just commenting today to say that I also appreciate the direction that the department's trying to go, but I wanted to respectfully request that the proposal to update the regulations be done in a more inclusive manner and during a time of year when wildlife rehabilitators are able to fully participate in the important process and give it the attention it deserves. Most of us, as many people have pointed out, have just learned about these proposed changes on May 1st when it was announced as an agenda item for today's meeting. And that was just a little bit over 2 weeks ago. And while this was a surprise for most of us, it wasn't a surprise to the department since this process started in September of last year. So, while these changes are for the benefit of our profession, employing a process that doesn't include the profession's practitioners doesn't really serve the profession or, the wild patients that we treat. So as stakeholders and professional experts, I feel like we should have been included from the beginning. And, as a rehabilitator, I support sound regulations that ensure quality care, but also know that developing these regulations takes time and attention. So our peak rehabilitation season just isn't the right time for that to suddenly involve us in this process. So I'd like to respectfully request that we be given more time, and also with regard to the wildlife rehabilitation standards document that we use the one that already exists that was developed by by NWRA and IWRC, as opposed to developing a separate one for California. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Thanks, Marie.
It looks like we have someone else who wants to contribute to the conversation, the wild neighbors.
Wild Neighbors Database Project, and I'm Rachel Avila. It's nice to see everybody here. And yeah, so I just thought I'd sort of throw in some comments because I was actually CCWR president during the transition between Nicole and Heather. And so I was there a lot of the time in conversation of what was going on. And I was also on the board last year, sort of helping the transition to a new CCWR president with the communications. And in my time on the board, I would have monthly meetings with Nicole about what was going on, what was happening, regulation change, like anything that was coming up. We tried to start minimum standards change back then at that time. And because the 2021 was coming out, we decided not to make the changes until the 2021 came out so that we can look at it and create a task force at that time to look at those standards and see how they can be related into California. That task force obviously didn't work because she left and we had to change that. At that time, I started having meetings regularly with Vicki and with Vicki Monroe, and then Heather to some extent. But I do feel like to some extent in that transition process, there was a little bit of information lost. There was a little less communication on what was going on. The communication was a little short. The communication was limited to fewer people. And it was a little harder to grasp what was going on. And sometimes you would reach out and we wouldn't hear back anything in like a time frame where your brain was still actively working on that sort of project. So I was the one inviting all of them to work at, come to the CCWR symposiums and talk and organizing all of that. And that was super helpful. But to some extent, understanding the extent of what these regulations were going to be, besides comments at these topics, wasn't very clear to us. So I think we heard it, but we didn't understand what was going to happen. We knew it was coming. We know it's been coming for years, but this feels like it was just kind of popped on us without having very full clarity to everyone that needs to know. And our best route for that is for us as a CCWR to know exactly what was going on. We can relay the information to a broad membership. Because sometimes the contacts, I think that CDFW is only to the contacts of specific facilities and not to a much broader range of all the rehabbers that are involved. And sometimes that translation can get messed up. But I will say that my part of reading through what was there, I'm very happy because I think a lot of them are great. A lot of them, I've had ideas about the same thing for a very long time. And I think that California sets the stage for professionalism in the community. And we need to do this right because everyone's looking at us.
Thanks for your comment.
Anyone else? I don't see anyone else with their hand raised. Lots of really good input.
Yeah,
and
so
ideas
much there.
and suggestions.
This is Vicky. I was wondering if I'd have an opportunity.
I'm going to pass it over to Vicky.
May want to
give you an opportunity to speak to some of what's been said.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was definitely taking notes, and this overwhelmingly, this is consistent with the feedback and the reality that there's a lack of clarity on how a regulatory rulemaking process plays out and what this looks like. So we've actually developed mini working groups, and because of the seasonal flux and flow, we're giving folks a 3.5-month head start against public comments, and we're trying to break this up into 3-week review periods. So I'm not sure where the deadline date for today came from with some of the comments, but folks have until the end of this first 3-week cycle, which is, I think, on the 29th, 22nd, 29th. So the 8th through the 29th to look at a set subsection of regulatory text. Also, I think what's going to be really wonderful, because these are important comments, this is important feedback, is to reiterate again, this is the very start of the process. And I think, next week's town hall Q&A, that's going to be a wonderful opportunity with CCWR. As Rachel noted, they continue to be wonderful partners, and all of our rehabbers, it's just amazing, is to be able to clarify the scope and purpose of the 679 manual. The word manual means a lot of different things to different people, and I think it's being misunderstood here. So the 679 manual is modeled off of the 671 manual that exists for restricted species. It's designed to be a living document as a PDF. That web page hyperlink will be included as part of the regulatory text and able to be updated as needed. It's going to be living on the Native Wildlife Rehab Program website, and it's going to be a place where current, past, future rehabbers and our interested publics can actually look at in one place the 679 subsection regulatory text. Within each regulatory section, there is a small piece for requirements. 679.4 that's proposed, housing and caging standards, that's a big piece because that's where we're looking at, with this conceptual framework draft, what the minimum caging standard should be from a regulatory standpoint, how to incorporate that into the current reality of what it takes to put together regulatory language for the state of California. And so I think a lot of our folks don't, I think we need to communicate more effectively that this is the first 3-week period of review for the manual of several 3-week review periods. And we're going to continue chunking it up because, as our folks noted, it's a potentially substantive document. I mean, it's approximately 50 pages, including the appendix, including the title. It doesn't yet have the acknowledgement page or citations for whatever we ultimately end up landing on. And that will be the clearinghouse for making sure that the hyperlinks available for the 2021 standards. Again, I spoke with Jenny this morning. Washington State's been an excellent resource. AZA, animal diet guides, captive animal care standards, things like that. So this is very, very early in. This is early in, specific to the manual, but it's not meant to be an instructive manual on how someone who's not a wildlife rehabilitator would learn to become a wildlife rehabilitator. It's meant to provide technical guidance and assistance to clarify and distill what that regulation and regulatory text means. So there's a lot of opportunity for us to be able to, I think, continue communicating with our folks, continue making sure that they understand the process, reemphasizing that this is 3+ months before any public review comment might even become available, and that we intentionally provided this very first draft of this conceptual framework for the 679 manual as part of the meeting documents for today. We definitely want to be transparent. This is the process, and this is the time for us to work with our rehabbers. We actually have something together now, and we want them, we need them, they're valued partners. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you all so much.
Vicki, thank you for that. Just a couple of quick that we're getting from folks is one, where can they find information about next week's meeting?
Yep. That's being hosted by CCWR. So I haven't seen the formal invite. I'm presuming based on Sam and Cambria and some of the other folks that it's going to be a Zoom link that'll be hosted through CCWR. So I would expect by tomorrow, close of business, we should have a link available. As part of that, CCWR will have that on their website, and then I would anticipate also cross-posting it on our program page. We definitely want to spread the word, and we want to help clarify and distill and increase the understanding of what all of this means. We know it can be overwhelming.
Great, thank you. And I think Melanie's going to be able to confirm or deny that momentarily. But then this follow-up question, just in case, that's also going to be on that website, is if folks want to learn more about how you've divided things up and what the comment periods are for each of those, like where do they even find the information for this first piece that you're asking for comment on? Where can they find that information?
So right now we're working on a document that, again, we'd want to cross-post. Actually, now that we're getting input as far as what timeline might exist and how the mini working groups, are not really working groups, but the mini review teams, how they're wanting to potentially attack things within the manual and the regulatory text. So that'll be coming out shortly. And we did clarify within the email string that's been sent out for folks that went out to all rehabbers. A lot of our folks then sent that out to their satellites and volunteers, which was fantastic. And so now we've focused the instruction and technical guidance on the review process as an iterative process to those 40+ folks who have volunteered at this point.
Okay, and if folks are not yet on or not on your mailing list, how do they get at it?
Oh, that's a good question. Right now, we've really we're wanting to focus on our wildlife rehab community. Obviously, during the public comment phase in August or whenever this might be, we would put out a notice to solicitate greater feedback. I will work with Heather, and then we'll discuss with CCWR some options to help expand the reach on this, because that's an excellent point.
Okay, and Cynthia just forwarded us a message saying that the town hall is Monday, not Tuesday, and that the information will be sent out to members of CCWR. Is that correct? Okay, so it's only open to members.
Carrie, would you like to speak?
If I may, we did send out a link and registration to all of our newsletter subscribers, members and not. I'm passing that along to Vicki right now, but if anybody goes to ccwr.org, you can actually sign up for the newsletter and we will blast it again today and Friday.
Great, okay. I think Melanie's had her hand up for quite a while. Sorry, Melanie.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you. Vicki, for what you're saying about the time frame, I feel like thank you for that, but you're still saying that the first review process is going to be this next 3 weeks, and then there's another 3 weeks. I feel like maybe you guys aren't hearing what we're all saying is that we're in the middle of baby season. I had 1 day off in the last 14 days, and I took 3 hours to go over this process and comment because it's so important. I'm one of the lucky ones. I actually have days off because I have a staff as opposed to home rehabbers. Like, it's doing this process for the next between now and the end of August is unfair, and I appreciate the time that you guys say you're giving us to comment, but it's just not realistic and it's not fair to ask us to do this right now. Like right now, all of us who are on this meeting, there's so many animals that need to be fed. I've had to get coverage for me to be sitting here. Like, it's just, I think it needs to be postponed, and all this needs to happen in the fall and winter and then start the process.
Thanks, Melanie. Okay, we have also Sylvie and then Jenny who'd like to contribute.
Hi there, this is Sylvie from Idrisil. So Vicki, I know you were asking what some people were referring to about a deadline today. We had until today to respond for any comments about the wildlife regulations. That's right. And that is separate from the manual, but they both contain some pretty terrifying things for rehabbers. So the regulations were the one where you could only have 10 satellites, and you could only have people volunteering in an adjacent or the same county, which again, for rescues like Idrisil that serve the entire Bay Area, but we're based in San Francisco, that would just knock out a large portion of our volunteers, and also only having 10 satellites. We have more than 10 satellites on our squirrel team alone because we have people who do infant care and then also do the rewild where they're outdoors. So there's just no way, like that whole regulation just kind of seemed like they were only going to make it so that large rehabbers could continue to function. And then as far as the manual, looking at it, it's like everybody has to redo all their cages. So in addition to the work involved in that, it's like, where are we going to get the money? So I think that there's not only is the time an issue, but it's kind of scary as far as just the breadth and depth of the changes that people are seeing. So I do think, even though it seems like, yeah, when you say, we have 3 months or 4 months before this has happened, that's nothing considering that, each person here has probably got 20 babies attached to them in some form or another. So it's just, I understand you guys have done a lot of work, but it is quite frightening for people who this is their passion and everything to them.
Thank you for that, Sylvie. And I want you to know that I remember now. So for that comment section, we're sending out a second survey link. And again, that'll continue because we want to have rolling comments come in instead of all at once, because we recognize different rehabbers rehab different things. Baby season in general is a certain time frame, but there still might be ebbs and flows. So we totally hear it. And in regards to satellites, we have already started receiving some wonderful comments from folks just like you in regards to how we can partner and work together to clarify that text, revise it. This is all draft. So I just want to reiterate and reemphasize that. And we hear you loud and clear, and we appreciate these comments. Keep bringing them in. So thank you.
Thanks, Vicki. And we do have a couple more commenters, and I want to make sure that we hear from both of them. We've been talking about some options to respond to concerns about the timeline. So I just want to encourage folks to continue to share with us their thoughts and to anticipate that we hear you too on the timeline. So let's take those last two folks who'd like to contribute to the discussion and then get a couple things to propose.
Yep. Okay, Jenny and then Leslie.
Hi, it's Jenny Schleeps. I am the publications manager for the National Wildlife Rehabilitators Association. I've also been a rehabilitator since the mid-90s. I know many of the people on this call. I was also the co-editor of the 2021 Standards for Wildlife Rehabilitation. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to maybe clarify a couple of the comments that Vicki made about our conversation this morning. Just for transparency, I certainly absolutely applaud the department for its work to modernize the regulations. I know that's a very difficult and time-consuming process, and certainly something that I think all of the rehabilitators and the rehabilitation community at large will do very well in their engagement in that effort. I do want to clarify that the conversation that Vicki and I had this morning was not regarding NWRA's position on any regulatory process or change, but distinctly about some copyright issues relating to material that, when I look at the proposed Native Wildlife Rehabilitation Manual, that I see as copyrighted material from the 2021 standards that is being misused and largely misrepresents the intent of that content. So the concern lay there, and that is a continuing conversation that Vicki and I will continue to have, and also with Kai Williams, who is on this call from the International Wildlife Rehabilitation Council. She was one of the reviewers and contributors to the standards. So I just want to clarify, NWRA, neither NWRA nor IWRC have a stake in whether the state of California determines to use those national standards for their regulatory process. If they choose to adopt them, that's great. If they don't, that's fine. They are standards that took 2.5 years to make and were reviewed by federal and state regulatory agencies precisely for their ability to be adopted as within a regulatory framework. That being said, the regulatory process is certainly your own, but we do have concerns about whether that material is being used in a way that it should not, and is potentially a copyright infringement. So thank you for the opportunity to clarify that.
Thanks for bringing that to our attention. I think our next speaker is Leslie Bale.
Leslie, are you there? We still can't hear you. You may need to unmute at your end.
Sure, she's unmuted.
Microphone
You
issue
there,
or
Leslie?
connectivity issue.
I'm not hearing you.
Zoom, maybe. There's a control.
Okay, Leslie, we're not able to hear you, unfortunately. I think one alternative could be to type your comment. Could you do that into the chat? And we'll keep an eye out for it, because I want to make sure you have the opportunity to contribute your comments, but we can't hear you.
You know what? You may be right. So it looks like she may be on 2 devices.
Oh.
In which case she has not unmuted the correct device. So I just asked her to unmute the other one.
Okay, did that?
Hear you.
So you need to turn one of the devices off while you speak, or you will just echo at our end.
Okay, I don't have 2 devices on.
You need to turn off your other device or turn off the microphone.
We can maybe mute one of them.
Okay, I'll type my question.
Actually, Leslie, can you try speaking again?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Like an emergency.
No, it's not working.
Yeah. Okay. I think you might have said that you're going to type your comment into the
Yeah.
chat, and I think I'm going to
That would be helpful.
encourage you to do that. Yes, please. Thanks. Okay. All right. We'll keep an eye out for that. Would you do me a favor and keep an eye on the chat for that comment? Yeah, I really want to appreciate all of the comments today, and appreciate more broadly just the partnership in supporting California's wildlife from the wildlife rehabilitators and the community of volunteers and your expertise. I appreciate, it's clear that there's so much knowledge that in the conversation that we want to make sure gets reflected in all of this process. I'm also hearing, so our goal is to support goal of all is support widespread, successful, sufficient wildlife rehabilitation. So I'm hearing certainly a lot about the process by which this document, the manual, to evolve, but also input about the particular shape the regulations need to take, because it's going to matter. It's going to matter to small operators. It's going to matter to large operators too. However, and there's a balance between being restrictive and having stringent standards and ensuring that people can participate and wildlife can get the care that you're providing. But I'm also hearing that there's really widespread consensus that we need to update code, that people are interested in supporting some regulatory updates and changes. So I'm interested in thinking about how we can do that, move that process forward at the same time as we're sustaining development of this specific guidance in the manual, sustaining evolution of this document with more inclusive input, and sustaining the conversation about the nature of the new regulations themselves. There's sort of these two pieces. I mentioned how the process unfolds typically. Like because there's widespread consensus that there's interest in regulatory change, I feel like we should be moving forward the conversation to the full commission process. That's where public comment starts in a sense, because that's where the full commission can be hearing from everybody and so on. But at the same time, I want to ask staff to work with the department to extend the timetable for review and for partnership, particularly on the manual. So I guess I wanted to ask Ari, how do we, what does that look like?
Maybe start with.
Can I just start by saying there's no deadline. There's no one here saying you absolutely have to make a recommendation by September. So.
Right, that's true. I mean, there's first of all, let me start with just a clarification about what the role of WRC is in all this and what a recommendation from WRC actually is.
Yeah.
Okay, so the WRC is a vetting organization. This is what we do. We come together, we discuss stuff, we talk about things, we hash things out. Hopefully getting all that worked out before it ever gets on the desk of the commission, you know, the virtual desk of the commission, the metaphorical desk. So all a recommendation really does is say, yes, commission, we think you should go forward with the regulation in some form or fashion. Maybe it looks, you know, usually it looks most like what comes to the commission, to the committee, but very often, in fact, more often than not, there is evolution of the regulation between when a recommendation is made and what actually gets sent to the commission. And so, as Coach Zavaleta said, I think there was kind of overwhelming consensus that yes, something needs to go forward, right? That the regulations need to be updated, that this is a worthwhile initiative. We might disagree on what those regulations look like, right? Or some minor or even some medium level changes to things along the way, but I didn't hear anybody saying, no, this is a bad idea, you should stop and stick with the old regulations or anything like that. So I think if we want to build in a delay, there are two ways that we could do it. The first way is to put off the recommendation, right? That we wait maybe till September and maybe even reevaluate then, but at least till September, the next time WRC meets, to recommend even going forward. The second way is to do a recommendation now, to go forward and wait to start the formal process, the APA process. So basically, when we've worked everything out and we give it to the commission and say, okay, start your process now for public input and actual formal consideration of this. It's the Administrative Procedures Act process, basically. And it starts with what's called going to notice, where we notice the public. And so there's no formal timeline between when the recommendation is made and when we do that notice, when we go to notice. You can have as much time as you need between those. It could be 2 years, conceivably, right? I'm not saying it should be, I'm just saying conceivably. There's no set time. And so the difference between those two, between putting off a recommendation and doing a recommendation now and putting off the notice, is how much, is whether, not even how much, whether the WRC as a committee will have input and be a forum for discussion, right? Once a recommendation is made and we're sort of getting it ready to go to notice, the WRC steps out of the process because a recommendation has been made, right? It's sort of in front of it's getting queued up for the commission, and we don't do those parallel processes because then we have two moving targets. In the former, where we put off the recommendation, the WRC remains part of the process, and we would come back to this meeting in front of the committee and hash out those discussions. In the second, it would basically be the community and the department, and those discussions would happen without involvement of the WRC. And I don't necessarily have a preference. I think I would like to hear from the rehab community which of those you prefer, right? Like, do you see the WRC as a useful forum, or do you think that what's most going to be effective is just dialogue between the community and the department and working those things out? Because that's going to probably inform which of those routes that we should take.
If I may, I think if we were going to go forward with a recommendation, I would want to ask staff and CDFW to work on ensuring that the process unfolds in a way that allows time for, I mean, I heard August as sort of a timeline when folks actually are not 24/7 with their animals and participate. So I'd want to make sure that we don't start the train down the tracks and then lose the opportunity to have that process, that conversation happening between the department and the community.
If I may, my general impression from our rehabbers is that their ability to be involved is going to be very limited until the end of summer. So August, September, with September a little more realistic. That is when, like, we don't hold our symposium until November because we know that nobody will show up if we do it before that time. As the summer goes on and things equalize, rehabbers will likely be able to have a little bit more involvement and involvement under a little less stress. And I think that was the original intention with these working groups, but that maybe how it has come down the pipeline and hit everyone has not necessarily made that clear. So having a clearer roadmap, having some kind of delay in the processes which will place pressure on rehabilitators until August or September does sound really positive. I'm not sure, honestly, between the two things which might serve the community best, because on the one hand, this conversation does need to be between us and the department. The department staff are the ones actually crafting this. Functionally, though, I do think it is also useful for a community facing these large changes to have somebody who's a little bit outside the process to come back in and say, hello, how are we all feeling? Or is the temperature good? You know, and CCWR is happy to communicate and help support, but obviously we can't serve that purpose. We're not a government entity. We are purely here to help represent our members. So while I think there would be probably more convenience in the process in providing the recommendation and just holding off on the actual process we're talking about, there would probably be more comfort to differently about this and delaying the actual recommendations, that there is a requirement that people come back to the table with a little bit of a body that's not so deep in the conversation all the time. You know, like that might provide for a lot of our members a little bit more of a reassurance that someone will come back in and say, are we looking good? Okay, now let's move forward. Do you have any different?
No, I agree. I think that the communication lines between rehabilitators and thank you. This is Sam, the Vice President of CCWR, and I think that the communication lines between CDFW and the rehabilitation community have recently been flooded to where previously there was a lot of individual, specific permit-related communication, but CCWR definitely appreciates and wants to facilitate communication between the department and the community as a whole and provide as many opportunities for comment and question and engagement as we possibly can. And we've certainly not been able to do as much of that as we would like. I'm looking forward to the virtual town hall, which is next Monday, which will be another opportunity for anyone in the community, members of CCWR or community members of Rehab in California can ask questions. I hope that we'll continue that line of communication and that the department will remain open to feedback. There has been a little bit of mistrust over, yes, comments can be made, but how much meaningful change will actually come from those comments. And I think that delaying the recommendation until September gives our community a little bit of assurance that they have more opportunity for a meaningful change.
I'd like to also recognize Deputy Director Dibble online.
Thanks. Yeah, Chad, please go ahead.
Thank you. First, I want to say thank you to everyone. I've been silent during this item here, really just listening, and appreciate everyone's feedback and our partnership with all these folks that are on line today and have taken the time to join us. So I really do appreciate that. And I might make a suggestion for you that I think attempts to try and split where we're at and recognizing the limited time folks have and where we're at. We started this in January. Obviously, I think we're hearing that, we still have work to do to better communicate and share with parties, all affected potential parties, what's happening here. I think we're trying to do that. I think we've shown some evidence of that and shown to you in the presentation and conversation today what we've done so far. My thought would be that the department continues on our path here, and I will direct my staff to watch today's videos when they get posted after this plays out, to really hear what everyone has said, because it's hard to capture it all, in the moment. And take that back with the game plan, if you will, of what we have planned for public interaction and moving forward. And I would say that we would do that and continue with our pathway, recognizing that through the next several months, 4 months or so, and come back to you in September with where we are and how that's moving. And at that time, if you felt it was suffice, you all could make a recommendation to move this forward. And I say that because you also need to keep the windows of where the folks are talking about today about having availability. And so is that having time and availability in the WRC arena, or is it in the commission arena when we start the process that Ari just mentioned? And if you think through that, getting to the fall period of a WRC recommendation that we've heard you, we're continuing, there is work to do, but it is happening on the ground and those conversations are happening. Those revisions as necessary are happening, which sets you up to put an agenda item into those winter months, potentially at a full Fish and Game Commission where these parties may have more time and ability to actually participate in that more open APA process. One way to think about it. So if you move this to September and then potential WRC recommendation in January, then you're pushing out to a commission meeting that potentially falls right back into the next year's summer, spring period where parties are back to where we are today. I don't know the simple solution, but it's something for us to think about in the timing of how we finally get to regulation changes, if you will, and where that seats best to finalize and get comment. So just some thoughts from me, again, just trying to listen here today and work through how this game is played as far as, WRC timelines every so often and however months are split apart. And then also knowing the commission party of the 3 meetings and moving through that time cycle as well. Hope that's helpful.
Thanks so much, Deputy Director Dibble. I just want to make sure that I understand the timeline you just walked out, because so if we were to defer a recommendation to September, the recommendation would be delivered in October, and then we have October, December, and February.
But that's assuming, if I might, sorry.
Yeah, best case.
Yeah. So if the committee made a recommendation in September, that would have the recommendation would move to the commission in October. It wouldn't go to notice before December then. That would be the earliest. Something to keep in mind is that one of the directives of the Administrative Procedure Act, and that's the guiding light, so to speak, for all regulations that the commission adopts, is that rule anticipates and encourages and recommends that essentially the interested parties are working with the agency that's promulgating those regulations to work out the details and any issues or concerns before you ever go to notice. And what we have found over the years, many years of promulgating regulations of the commission, is that especially for these very complicated rulemaking packages, it is best to continue to involve a committee in those discussions up until nearly the very end. So we saw that most recently with the inland sport fishing regulation, where there was a complete overhaul of all of those regulations. And the department did an amazing job of reaching out to stakeholders. Commission staff participated in some of those roadshows and those individual dialogues, but we also had the wildlife resources involved throughout the entire process until that rulemaking was nearly finalized and ready to go to the commission. And at that point in time, WRC made recommendations to the commission. We find that if complicated rulemaking packages don't have that kind of vetting in advance, that a lot of that vetting then has to happen through the commission process, where we don't have this opportunity for a dialogue. It is you stand in front of the commission for anywhere from 1 to 3 minutes, make your case, and move on to the next person. So there's not an opportunity for the kind of dialogue that we have. So my recommendation would be, I don't disagree with Chad. The timing, I think, is problematic. I do think if the rehab community sees a light at the end of the tunnel at the end of August, the WRC meeting, I think, is the 2nd or 3rd week of September. So that still doesn't leave a whole lot of time between when things slow down for them and the next committee meeting when materials will be coming out, comments are requested, et cetera. So I encourage us to maybe think about being a little more open-ended about what happens in September, that perhaps it is a discussion and recommendation, perhaps it's just a discussion, and sort of get a sense for how those conversations and the town halls and the other things that are taking place over the summer, see how those unfold. And as we approach September, we'll have a better sense from the department and rehab on where they are and whether or not we're really ready for a recommendation, or is it really just a dialogue step? There's so much to unpack here.
Absolutely agree. Yeah,
it's huge.
Absolutely agree. Chad, did you want to comment further?
I just wanted to clarify that is what, if I wasn't clear, that is what I was suggesting, was that we would come into September to basically see how it's going and potentially decide. So it's not saying that September would be the decision for sure, and then we kick it in and try to get into an August commission meeting. I think you're in September. How is it going? Are we there? but open to maybe moving it. And you can agendize it or recommend for an agenda further out into the year. It doesn't have to be the next commission meeting. It could be slated for a later month. Again, paying attention to the timing and the window where parties have the most ability, if you will. I know everybody's probably got a conflict at some point at any month of the year, but somewhere in that window that seems to be a little bit more helpful. That was sort of my suggestion.
Great. Yeah, understood. And I think that's right. If we don't put forward a recommendation today, that's not committing us to put one forward at any particular future date. It just means we're not going to make one yet today, because I think what we're hearing is that there's value to having this forum available to continue to discuss and vet ideas from the community with a little bit more time for those discussions to continue. And I guess the thing I want to insert is between now and our next committee meeting, a lot can happen and a lot should happen in terms of the ongoing conversations like within the wildlife rehab community. And it's time for lunch, I think.
I just wait past time for lunch.
And between the department and you all and our staff. So it's not like nothing's going to happen just because we're going to take it back up in September. So I support that. I appreciate again so much everyone's work on this and participation today. And thank you so much, Vicki, again, for a terrific presentation and for leading so much of that conversation, and to Chad for clarity to our staff. And I think with that, we need to take a lunch break before we go on to the next item. Break. Yeah, so we only have a couple more agenda items left. I'm going to say we have time to take an hour and a quarter. An hour and a quarter? What's pleasure? It's 1:02. Let's reconvene it at 10 after 2. We're splitting the difference there. Okay, great.
And a huge thank you to Vicki and the presentation and all of the information that I know was just a ton of work to get prepared for this.
All right. Thanks, everyone. We will reconvene at 2:10.
2:10.
Okay. Yeah. Great. Welcome back. We're going to resume the Maine Wildlife Resources Committee meeting, and I don't know whether we need to do any reminding of procedures, or should we just dive right in? Let's just dive right in. Okay, fantastic.
We're already on that pathway.
Everyone had a good lunch.
Right.
We have no members of the public in the room now, so it's all us and folks on Zoom. Okay, our next agenda item 8 is on public use of wildlife areas and ecological reserves. And I'm going to turn it over to Ari to introduce it.
Okay, so this item is to discuss and to potentially make recommendations on a future rulemaking regarding the public use of department-managed wildlife areas and ecological reserves. The Commission may adopt regulations designating and governing the public uses of wildlife areas and ecological reserves. Additional information on a potential rulemaking to improve public safety, increase recreational opportunities. The department will present on additional information on the potential rulemaking to improve public safety, increase recreational opportunities, provide resource protection, and manage staff resources on the department. So to tell us more about the proposal is Christy Cripe from the department. Christy, are you on?
I am.
Okay, and do we have one presentation or two today?
Just one.
So one presentation. Okay, wonderful.
Yes.
And so wonderful. I'm excited to hear from you. I want to try to make sure that the presentations do come in at around 10 minutes, since that's the timing that we planned on.
Well, and just so that folks who may be seeing this for the first time, if they haven't yet, they can also go back and watch the video from your last WRC meeting where the basis of this rulemaking was also. So
yes.
This isn't completely new information.
That's right. It's not completely new information, so we don't want to go over the same ground completely twice. But I think it is also in the meeting materials.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Both presentations.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
The January presentation is in the meeting materials, and then this presentation was posted to the website via a separate link. The public can go to our meetings page and download.
Wonderful. And I say that partly because I see that there's a lot of material in the presentation and want to encourage members of the public who want to review it more thoroughly to use the meeting materials to do that. And thank you, Christy, for giving us the broad overview. And I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you, Vice President Zavaleta, Commission staff, Deputy Director Dibble, Wildlife Branch Chief Gardner, and all my colleagues at department and the public. I appreciate this opportunity to go over this. I did want to note there's a handout. We'll just go get started. This is going to be our proposed rulemaking for lands, and just go to the next slide. I do want to note that the meeting documents that have the old PowerPoint, if you click on that and go to number 8, page 3 and 4 have a copy of this handout. It's not with the PowerPoint, which is separate. But if you want to see, I created a handout that kind of goes over what we're looking for in this package, and then I broke it into like natural resource protection, wildlife viewing, safety and clarification. And then on the second page on that handout, these properties that are off to the side over here are done in alphabetical order by region, and then they have a number corresponding with each type of little topic that I have. So if you didn't get that, it's under the meeting documents for number 8 on page 3 and 4. So next slide.
Yeah, and Christy, by the way, thank you for that little cheat sheet. That's super helpful.
Yes.
Okay, good. So we're looking at Title 14 Code of Regulations, just 3 sections and one other, but I'll get to that in a minute. So we're looking at general regulations for public use, wildlife areas, and ecological reserves. Next slide. So last time I gave the talk, I felt like it might be helpful for some people just to get a little overview of ecological reserves and wildlife areas. So I wanted to put a map up here of this is the distribution across the state of our properties. Some of these properties are only a couple acres up to thousands of acres. Some of them are in the middle of urban areas, and some are very remote, everything in between. California is a very diverse state, and our properties are as well. And that's why we do have a lot of proposals for property specific regulations. So next slide. We have 141 ecological reserves that are set forth to, and their intent is for protection of special status or sensitive wildlife habitats or species. And all of the proposals that we have been compared with the intent of the specific property for the specific ecological reserve to be compatible with that and the intent of its of that specific property why it was purchased. Next slide. So wildlife areas, we have 109 wildlife areas, 3 different types of wildlife areas, and they also have a conservation and restoration element, but they're also managed for wildlife and have a hunting aspect to them as well. Next slide. So the 3 types of wildlife areas, type A and B, have restricted access during the waterfowl season. They're primarily managed wetlands. And then type C don't require an entry permit, and it's quite a variety of habitats. This pie chart here just shows a breakdown of the 3 types of wildlife area by acreage. Next slide. So the general use regulations that we're going to go on to next slide. Next slide. Oh, okay. So this used to be in regulation, and everybody's carried it on since it was just sort of left out when they went from property specific to the format they have now. But everybody's continued to use it, and we just wanted to get back in regulation and standardize the time across the state, just for clarity for hunters. Next slide. Electric bikes are going to be prohibited except where posted as allowed. And if you think back to that map of California, there may be some properties and some where it is a compatible use based on what the conditions are at that property. And if so, it would be posted as allowed, but prohibited elsewhere. At the bottom of this slide, we'll be adding drone and UAS or unmanned aircraft to the list of already prohibited aircraft without a special use permit. And in the middle right here, we have neonicotinoid pesticides. This is a pesticide that we don't currently use on our properties, but In response to a petition from the public, the commission accepted it, and we're going to be putting that in regulation. It doesn't fit in this particular section. I just don't have the new section number, so we'll be creating a new section to prohibit that pesticide. Next slide. Then we're moving on to property designations. We have 1 ecological reserve and 2 wildlife areas. Last time I think I went north to south, so next slide. I'm going to be starting south to north. So we're doing an ecological reserve in LA County, which connects to federal lands, Angeles National Forest. We're hoping to have a special hunt in that property. Next slide. El Dorado wildlife areas in the upper Cosumnes River, and this one's going to be a type C wildlife area. It's going to have some other regulations proposed with it, and you'll see those in the eyesore, limiting the number of bikes and the horses that can be on the property. Next slide. Big Springs Ranch is going to be a type B wildlife area, and it was purchased to protect coho, chinook, and steelhead. They're looking at having some waterfowl, upland game, junior hunts, maybe a junior deer hunt, and all of those would need to be compatible with the intent of protecting the riparian zones. Next slide. So we're going to move on to property-specific regulations. Last time I went through all of them by wildlife area. I'm just going to touch on topics now. Next slide. So these are the general topics that I'm going to go over. You can go to the next slide. There's just 2 property individual ones. I wanted to touch on bicycles because I know there's been some comments and concerns about that. So I wanted to call out some of these for people. Watsonville Slough Ecological Reserve, this 1 unit, the Sturve Slough unit. The city of Watsonville wants to make Lee Road Trail, which would be along Lee Road. If you can see that there's a yellow line that I put there. It's not the exact spot of the trail, but the idea is that the trail is going to go right along Lee Road on the edge and allow people to ride bicycles and view the marsh without actually being out in the marsh. And then Carrizo Plains wants to allow bikes just on that South Chimeneas unit at the bottom of the map on the next slide over. Next slide. Morro Dunes has a similar thing with horses. There's a little label out in the ocean that says Pacheco unit of Morro Dunes Ecological Reserve. We want to allow horses that are using those trails from Morro Dunes to for Montano de Oro to be able to go through the property and continue the trails, but not allow any on the Bayview unit, which is to the right of that Morro Dunes Ecological Reserve label. So there would be no horses on that unit. Then at Carrizo Plains, they just want to allow horses just on the South Chimeneas unit, which is at the bottom of the map, and American unit at the top of the map. Next slide. So there's several different boats restrictions. I wanted to note this one at Shasta Valley. On Trout Lake, motorized boats will be allowed from October to January 31. That's for hunter safety during the winter to be able to get off the lake in conditions. And then there's one for Mendota as well, just limiting motors to 5-mile-an-hour speed limit. Next slide. This particular one is put forth for resource protection. While they don't mind boats being in the reserve, they want them to be launched from outside the reserve because the surrounding shoreline is dominated by pickleweed, which is salt marsh harvest mouse, and other shorebird and water birds use that, and they don't want people tromping through there to go swimming or pulling their boats along. Next slide. A lot of the fishing restrictions are to sort of align with existing regulations. Same for Elkhorn Slough and Upper Newport, that's the case here. You can see from the Upper Newport map on the right that this is one of the properties that's right in the middle of an urban area. It's a very nice property. So they're just updating the text. Next slide. Okay, so Kerman Ecological Reserve currently has a date range, but there's no parking on site. People are parking on the freeway and it's dangerous and illegal. So we're changing it to a Department of Special Hunt, which allows us to have staff on site and people to be able to park off street. And so that's one of the proposals. And then the other one, this is a picture of Stone Corral Ecological Reserve. And it's California tiger salamander habitat. And so we don't want to hunt ground squirrels there because they create burrows for the tiger salamanders. Next slide. So there's several different hunting opportunities. I just highlighted a few of them here. Los Banos, North Grasslands, and O'Neill, which will be on the next slide, are putting deer and quail. Upper Butte Basin and Mendota have some additional ones too. For the deer, proposed deer, a department issued permit will be required to hunt deer. Next slide. This one's O'Neill. There was just a bunch of regulations, so I put them on a slide together, and they're all related to adding deer and just updating the text in some of the subsections. Next slide. Same with Clifton Court, Bay, but I wanted to note here that the fishing restrictions and the wildlife area closure restrictions are to keep those two activities from to allow them to both be happening, I guess, at the same time. So you can't fish from fishing from shore only, but no hunting from shore. Next slide. There's a lot of, in 551.0 is closures and restrictions. There's a lot of different types. I just wanted to put some things up here so people could see the variety of things. Some things are removing closures, creating closures for public safety, closures for hunt season, and this is just a couple of examples. Next slide. Dog training, dog trials on O'Neill North Grasslands and Los Banos will be adjusted to avoid conflicting with the proposed deer hunt. And the Napa Sonoma Marsh will allow training only during certain parts of the year by prohibiting during March 1 and June 30, you're avoiding nesting season, and October through the end of waterfowl season, you're avoiding wintering waterfowl and migrant bird. Next slide. Off-road vehicles, I spoke about this one last time, the Ocean Ranch unit, which is highlighted in aqua up there, that one had a big restoration, so we don't want to have any off-road vehicles on that unit. All those blue lines out there are additional units of that wildlife area, and it wouldn't take the restriction away from those. Next slide. Wood cutting, this one, we're just going to move both exceptions, Eel River on the one slide before, and this one, South Spit Wildlife Area, that doesn't have any wood on it. So this one will just read wood cutting is prohibited on all department lands. And I think next slide, I think that's it. I just want to say thank you, and obviously open it up for questions, but if you have any questions after this, please email me, and I'll see if I can get information for you. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for that presentation. Tons packed into that, and great overview. I don't have any questions right off the bat, so I think we can go to public comment unless staff have questions or anyone else from the department want to. Before we go to public comment. Okay. Nobody's stepping in, so I think we'll just go ahead and maybe I'll let you.
Sure. So Robert Van de Hoek, you are up first to contribute to the conversation.
Okay, hello. I was first at the Fish and Game Commission on a salmon issue too. Okay, so my name is Robert Roy van de Hoek, and I'm a former wildlife biologist with the federal government and an environmental educator, long time with the county, retired now. But ecological reserves is what I'll focus on. I feel, and I'm afraid, that we're moving towards an eventual possibility of hunting eventually on all of our ecological reserves virtually. Maybe ones that are really, really small, you know, for a protected plant. Maybe that's not a concern, but this is my take on the more moderate and larger sized ecological reserves. They weren't, you know, when they started making them, I'm trying to guess what decade. So one question I have is, what decade did our first ecological reserve happen? Because my perception is that it kind of came as we were becoming more aware about the environment, endangered species and laws, and sometimes this is kind of, the pattern has been that ecological reserves have a rare species or an endangered species on them, whether it's a plant or an animal or some of both, and candidate species. And its purpose, as I heard in the presentation, thanks Christy for the great presentation too, was quote unquote primary purpose. And so when we start to say we're going to have hunting, we already have one or two or so that have hunting on the ecological reserves, as I understand it, and now we're going to double or triple the number. I see a pattern happening that, and I understand the reasoning about wanting to have hunting because the Fish and Game Commission is a multi-use. It's established, because of hunting and fishing concerns 150 years ago, related to fisheries and deer, and not wanting game animals to disappear and having to enter. So I know there's a long history of the FIT Commission being interested in conservation. And this 1970s time period of 80s of the ecological reserve really shows that we're moving towards a new era 50 years ago, in the last 50 years, of designated areas strictly for, not for hunting. And I think the motive I think a lot of scientists and people who are conservation oriented are going to be very disappointed to learn later on down the way that ecological reserves are being open for hunting. And I think there's a precedent, started, and I think we actually need to reverse this idea because it's really conflicting. I'll use the Carrizo Plains, where I worked as a federal scientist and I led tours, and there were single mothers, the California Native Plant Society, which comes there to look at wildflowers and rare ones too. They said they're not coming back to the Carrizo Plain anymore because there's gun shells on the ground on the federal and state land. And the ecological reserves that are out there were closed to hunting by the Fish and Game Commission right from day one. But the BLM lands, federal lands that surround the ecological reserves weren't. And so but I believe now the BLM is moving more and more towards not having hunting on this new national monument they have. But the women and their single mothers and their two children, example, she said, and others said, you know what, this is too dangerous. We came here to look at wildflowers, and then we're seeing gun shells on the ground, and there's no picking up of gun shells after, I think a rare possibility of some hunters pick up their gun shells. You know how they come out of the gun and they drop on the ground right where the hunter is, but most people don't pick them up. And so it was like there's a perception out there that ecological reserves are sanctuaries where you can feel safe for your passive recreation to look at the wildlife and observe the endangered species. And I realize I've been talking quite some time and I don't want to be taking that much time. I just wanted to make that point and say that concern. And there's a lot to think about, I think, before we approve this. Thank you. Thanks, Commissioner, for shaking your head yes and getting and smiling. I appreciate that. Okay.
Thanks. And sorry, we were muted. I wanted to just thank you for the comment. And I see that we have a number of other hands raised. So we'll just go to our next speaker, who's Gordon.
Gordon, followed by Katie.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for your presentations today. I happen to be a disabled vet who is also a hunter. And I would like to see the hours on the ecological reserves extended to 6 p.m. And on one factor, I disagree with Robert. Most of us hunters do pick up our shells, but a few could make all of us look bad. That's just a fact. And I was wondering about a lot of the reserves show shotgun hunting, but not archery. I would think that it would be better for them to be open for archery as well. It's really less dangerous than, say, gun hunting per se. And on the new ecological preserves you spoke of, if I may, Christy, is there a projection as to when some of them will be open for the public, both general public, hunters, whatever? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, the ecological reserve in LA is going to have special hunts, so I don't know exactly when that would be. I don't have a timeline on that. I'm sorry.
Okay, I was just trying to get a general idea. Anyway, with that, I thank you and I'll hush up.
Thanks for your comment.
You're welcome.
Katie.
Hello again, Katie Nolan, General Campaigner in Defense of Animals. Thank you for the presentation and for continuing to consider the impact of wildlife when discussing the public use of department managed wild areas and ecological reserves. In Defense of Animals would like the committee to continue considering the negative impacts on wild animals and what can be done to ensure their protection. We also support restricting hunting on wildlife areas and ecological reserves. In addition, we believe that a gas storage facility is not compatible with an ecological reserve, considering the noise and compaction caused by trucks having to access the facility. We support seeing closing the Playa del Rey gas facility at the Bologna Wetlands Ecological Reserve added to a future agenda. Thank you for taking wild animals into consideration when making decisions regarding public access to these sensitive areas. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. Next speaker is, we don't have a first name.
Coming at Earthlink. Followed by Marcia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
My name is Suzanne Cumming. I'm a lawyer and member of Defend Bayona Wetlands. I'm happy that you're concerned about the public's use of wildlife areas and ecological reserves. And I'm concerned about the Bayona Wetlands Ecological Reserve, and I didn't see it on your list. At the Bayona Wetlands Ecological Reserve, the Fiji Way gates are open during the morning, several days a week, and this provides sensitive public access, allowing people to view the abundant wildlife thriving there. If you have a chance, please visit and see for yourselves the wildflowers, many birds, coyotes, and other animals. It's not degraded, it's a vibrant place. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife's plan for this special place would harm the wildlife. They want to bulldoze it all up. It would destroy the habitat. Please take a closer look and withdraw your support for it. Currently, there's a methane gas storage facility underneath the wetlands, which the previous speaker mentioned. It's not compatible with an ecological reserve. Please add closing the Playa del Rey gas facility at the Bayona Wetlands Ecological Reserve to a future agenda. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thanks for your comment. Next, I think we have Marcia. Marcia, go ahead, please.
Thank you, honorable commissioners and staff. I can barely speak because I've got an announcement to tell you right during the middle of all of this, waiting for hours here to speak to you. We just got a ruling from the Superior Court that we have won our CEQA lawsuit against the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, which we have been telling the commission has been on the path here for a long time. So the Superior Court has ruled in favor of 5 groups that have filed 4 different lawsuits. And I hope that you will direct the department and to really look at what an ecological reserve is supposed to be. And again, the most important thing, which your staff has said in your presentation today, is to protect the wildlife and even to know the wildlife. And it's not really your department's fault. Most of your really good scientists were never involved with this project. It was put together by a private operation. And I think that's one of the first things you ought to think about with an ecological reserve too. Any ecological reserve is to not allow private entities to plan projects for the site. They really need your own wildlife and flora experts that are so good. And unfortunately, we're not involved with this project at all. So, again, I would like to see Bayona Wetlands on your list. It's not there, even though it is an ecological reserve as designated almost 20 years ago. I was at the hearing where it was designated. It's in Region 5. The drone and electric bikes issues should be prohibited there as well. And you know, when you're talking about access, we want public access, obviously, but we don't want the kind of public access they were talking about doing in this plan that thankfully the court is throwing out. They were going to put miles and miles of bike paths everywhere. And the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service said in their comments, this is going to be way too close to the wildlife areas. Why are we putting so many berms and trails everywhere? There are already some trails that the gas roads have put in. And I guess the biggest question is, you know, involve the stakeholders who know the area when you put the rules together for these ecological reserves. And finally, I'd like to say that one other thing I don't see on your list here that really doesn't belong in an ecological reserve are bulldozers and excavators. Just watch the movies, Fly Away Home, Milk Money, Hoot, all show bulldozers not being appropriate where you have fragile wetland areas or burrowing owls, sensitive species relying on the habitat. At Baiona, we also have several species of ground nesting native bees, and that's another reason why bulldozers should be banned from an ecological reserve like this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And I just want to maybe address one thing. So Baiona is not named specifically in the regs, but there are a number of the proposed regs, but there are a number of system-wide, I'm not sure if I'm using the right term there, but general use regulations, that's what it is. General use regulations proposed that would apply across the system, and that includes a default prohibition of electric bikes, which is one of the things you spoke to. So same thing with adding drones. So am I understanding that right? If it's a general use proposal, it does apply everywhere. It have to be same. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for your comment. And I think we have another hand. One more, Marilyn Jasper. Go ahead.
Thank you. Marilyn Jasper, Public Interest Coalition. We totally agree with all that the very first speaker, Robert Van de Hoek, said. And we would add one more to put on the table for consideration. We need more areas that are off limits to all wildlife hunting or killing or taking, whatever it's called, or disturbing. We urge this WRC to at least consider whether it's refuges, reserves, preserves, as no take areas and be in a ratio that's even somewhat respects or matches the state's non-hunting population of citizens, non-consumptives. It's estimated to be over 98% and growing, the people who do not go out to sport for trophy killing or sport hunting, whatever name you want to call it. And that is never on the table, in my opinion. And I wish more consideration would be given to that very, very majority of citizens who do not partake in those activities. Thank you.
Thanks for your. Okay, do we have further comments? Okay, seeing none, I just want to start out by, Robert has raised his hand again. Robert, did you mean to raise your hand again?
Robert, is there something new you wanted to add?
I did. I didn't get an answer to the question of when the ecological reserves were designated. I was hoping Christy could add to that. And I did appreciate your reply to Marcia about how, like for e-bikes and drones, but in the case of the Baiona Wetland State Ecological Reserve, we already have a special, your commission did a good job earlier on a single issue to already have drones not be able to be used, because we had the issue come up at the Baiona Wetland State Ecological Reserve, and e-bikes will never be an issue at Baiona because there's really good fencing that the department has put up to protect the ecological reserve. So there's not a way for e-bikes to get into the reserve properties. So yeah, so that's FYI on that. And I want to be available as a resource to staff because I've been to more than a dozen of our ecological reserves and understand both botany and zoology issues, and from the terrestrial to the aquatic to the marine environment. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment. And that's very on point.
And a question I had.
Give Christy an opportunity to address any of the comments that were made and to answer that question specifically too.
You know, off the top of my head, I don't know the exact date, but I can look it up, and if you email me, I can get that back to you. I don't know what the first designated ER was. I'll have to look it up.
Okay, sounds like that's a point to follow up on. John, and see if you can get an answer to that question outside of the meeting. And were there, I want to give you an opportunity and others at the department to respond. I have a couple of questions, but I want to make sure you have an opportunity first to respond to the public comments and questions. Okay.
Yeah, I don't have any comments.
Okay. I'm not seeing other folks in the department throwing up hands at the moment.
The only
Please go ahead.
Just global, sorry, I should raise my hand, apologize. Is just that, you know, we really consider when we bring to the commission when hunting is appropriate, and you know that the primary use of these areas are ecological reserves, but we do find, you know, several areas that we think that it is a compatible use. And it really kind of gets to the age-old question of, you know, how do you bring people into conservation? And hunting is an important part of that.
Thanks, Scott. I mean, I just want to reflect that I think this is a huge network of lands, and so there's a way in which when we get sort of a lot of changes happening in lots of different places, you know, it flattens the landscape. But I just want to sort of recognize how special each one of them is and how known each one of them is to local managers and staff, as well as to the public who use each particular one, and appreciate that we don't want that to be lost in this big range of components that we're considering. So I guess part of that is to say, yeah, the department knows its lands well. So I really want to sort of defer to your all's understanding of what works well. That being said, I do have a question about, we got a letter about the e-bikes and motorized vehicle prohibition. I think by and large, we've been hearing support for that. There was a question about criteria to guide making exceptions. How is that going to work? It's a little bit, I think it sort of goes hand in hand with just a broader question about how will allowing biking on some of the reserves, which is being added as an allowed use, how will that not get out of hand? What are the sort of the backstops to making sure that that we can respond, you can respond if allowing those new uses turns out to be a problem or evolves into a problem? Those two questions in there. And I guess that could be to you, Scott, or it could be to Christy. I'm not sure who the appropriate person is to answer.
I'm digging to try and find the actual the question, so we make sure we're reading it the same. Sorry.
Yeah.
Was it after? Was it Dan Silver? No, is that the right one?
Dan Silver's comment. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It should be supplementary meeting materials. So if I can find it for you.
Yeah, so are you, I think the question is just, it all comes down to enforcement of whatever rules or regulations we put in there. How do you do that, right? And so in some ways you can take a heavy hand and say, nothing is allowed because we can't enforce it, it's not right. Or you allow uses and some people follow the rules and some don't, and we have to figure out how to enforce that appropriately. And I think typically when we're looking at these, it's a balance between the egregiousness or the potential for that to go the wrong way, and what is the best approach back to that compatible use, knowing that particularly if we can't manage it, we're not staffed to have somebody, you know, sitting at and riding up and down and observing every trail or every sort of activity that might be happening on all properties at all times. And there's some respect for the public to be able to, you know, trust them to do and follow rules. And so I think it's a balance, and it's probably individual on each of the properties that we look at. to sort of make sure that that's happening, and where we can't police that or we can't take control of it. I don't know if police is the right word, but regulate that. We've got to make stronger decisions for the benefit of why we have that property and what it's there for on the other balancing of the ecological needs.
Yeah, that's helpful. Sort of have that. Yeah. Sorry, Scott, did you want to contribute something too?
No, I had nothing more.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's really helpful. And I think there's a way in which, I mean, there are a couple of different things you raised. I think that's right. It's absolutely not realistic that there's going to be a lot of presence of staff at all times on the lands, and maybe that's part of why the concerns arose. But again, you know, it's a really diverse set of lands. So what works at some is going to be really different from what works at others. I do want to circle back to this other question. The electric bikes question is prohibited except where posted is allowed. And I found the text of it. The question is, what are the criteria that will be used to protect biological resources, particularly in ecological reserves? And, you know, reading into that, what are the criteria for deciding to post it as allowed, as opposed to having that system-wide prohibition apply? Because that just leaves that open to later decision, as I understand it. I'm not sure if I'm reading that right.
Christy, do you want to go first? Do you have any insight there before I chime
Yeah,
in?
you know,
Scott?
some of our ecological reserves are right in an urban area and they have paved trails on their property. Something like that, that might be a compatible use, but I don't know that they want to add that. It depends what the other uses are there. That would be one I could see where there's a paved trail that's already being used by bikes and that kind of thing. I haven't had, everyone has been very supportive of it being prohibited. So the ones that I could see would be like ones that have a paved trail right along the side. Maybe that Lee Road trail, I don't know that they want to do that, but that's right along a road just on the edge of our property. That might be one where it could be used. And then it would be posted with signs. But most of our properties now have been ordering signs and posting that they're not allowed.
Great, thanks. That's a really helpful example, Christy.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further comment from staff or from Deputy Director or other DFW staff? It sounds like where we are on this is that a lot of work that's happened since the last meeting. And I mean, there's still opportunity for some of the details to be worked out, but this feels to me like it's ready for a recommendation to the full commission. So I'd like to go ahead and recommend that the commission support a future rulemaking regarding the public uses of wildlife areas and ecological reserves as recommended by the department and as discussed today.
To answer Robert's question,
I don't
have an exact date, but I can tell you statute was enacted in 1968, and the most recent record I can find easily, I have to do a little more digging, is we already had apparently 40 or so ecological reserve sections adopted by the commission in 1986. So sometime between 68 and 86,
a lot happened.
The first ecological reserve was established.
Great. I just want to say thank you again, Christy. That was a great presentation, and it's clear a ton of work has gone into this, site by site and system-wide, to develop this really comprehensive proposal. So really appreciate it. Really appreciate all of the comments, and the conversation will continue in the context of the full commission meeting from here forward.
Great. Great. Thank you.
All right. We continued agenda item 9, take of non-game mammals, to a future meeting. So we're going to move ahead to item 10 in a moment, but I just want to take a moment to say that I really am looking forward to having a productive and a robust discussion on the take of non-game mammals issue. And because of that, I understand that there's this value in postponing the item because we need to make sure we have all the information that we need to have that conversation. But I do want to have that conversation in September, because as I said yesterday, I mean, as I'm learning, there may be inconsistencies between our current commission regulations and what they allow, and components of our mission for California's Fish and Wildlife. So Ari, I think, as I understand it, staff's going to work with the department and with our stakeholder who brought the item to us to develop some background materials and a presentation for September to support that conversation. Is that right?
Yeah, that's basically it. We just want to make sure that there's enough context to the discussion, that everybody's on the same page about what the actual issues are, and that we bring the background information sufficient to have an informed conversation. So we'll work with the department and the stakeholder on that to make sure that we can queue up the issues so that we all know what's going on and can have a productive conversation.
Yeah, thank you for that in advance, because I know that I am definitely still learning about this issue. I want to make sure that I have my feet under me too, and I appreciate the comments that some folks contributed yesterday during general public comment, continuing to encourage us to consider this one. But we'll move on then to agenda item 10, department updates. And parts of this item were also continued to a future meeting. So we continued the bear management plan piece of the wildlife branch updates, but I want to check in with you, our lead at BFW, Scott Gardner, the chief of the wildlife branch, whether you have any other updates that you want to make today.
Yeah, Commissioner Zavaleta, I'd like to give you and everyone here an update on one item, and that is on our beaver restoration program. And I know we've spoken about that previously. You know, the department received a budget change proposal with 5 positions to create a beaver restoration program, and we have been working at it hard. And we will be holding a virtual meeting on the beaver restoration, called the Beaver Restoration Informational Meeting, next Thursday from 2 to 3. It'll be virtual again. This meeting is going to be the first in a series of informational meetings and workshops intended to inform stakeholders and the public about the department's beaver management efforts and activities. There will be more details, agenda, etc., published shortly, I think this week. And we have a web page that we can guide you to for everything on the department's beaver program. In short, the meeting will provide a broad overview of the program, including its purpose, objectives, tasks, and timelines. Additionally, the meeting will address implementation of pilot and future beaver translocation projects, development of a beaver coexistence toolkit, and policy updates that we have been working on. Meeting will conclude with a public question and answer session, and future public workshops will be scheduled to discuss specifically human beaver coexistence strategies and process for developing and requesting beaver translocation projects. There are a number of activities in this space, and I'd like to just take a moment and ask Valerie Cook to just, turn her camera on and say hi. I met her before because she was acting fisheries branch chief for some time, and so she is leading our program. Maybe I'll just kick it over to you if you want to say something, Valerie.
No, I'll just say thanks, Scott, for sharing that update. We've been working really hard getting this program stood up, and are really starting to get some traction, make some progress, and looking forward to being able to share with the public and our stakeholder community some updates about where we're at, what's on the horizon, and how we intend to interface with them over the coming months to really get this off the ground towards the space of beaver translocations for purposes of ecosystem restoration. So looking forward to finally engaging with our stakeholder community and the public, and appreciate you sharing that update. Thanks.
Super, thank you. Super exciting. It's always great to hear about. I mean, the beaver program is, to me, just like this great example of it's both for the wildlife and like for the broader ecosystem. So they're becoming kind of a tool for climate adaptation and for sort of habitat restoration themselves. So I'm definitely going to be looking for information about that workshop so I can listen in. Great. Scott, is there anything else that you wanted to okay.
Oh, other than that, you've heard a lot from us the last couple of days. Thank you.
We've been keeping you busy, Scott.
That's right.
That's good. I like it that way. Thanks, and thanks to everybody and all the staff for sure.
Appreciate it. Okay, so I think let's go through these three components together and take public comment on all of them at the end. So the next part of the department updates that we have is from the fisheries branch. So I believe we have, who is here from the fisheries branch there? Jay, are you here? Jay?
I'm here.
Hello. Welcome back. You again.
Thanks. Yeah, so I'm just going to kind of start with our sturgeon update and probably just stick to that today in the interest of, it's been a long couple of days. So we are starting to ramp up our stakeholder engagement for a future sturgeon regulation change. So last night we held a public sturgeon information meeting where we provided a background on sturgeon life cycle, went over a lot of the data evaluations that we have on white sturgeon in the system, and really tried to lay out a case for why we need a regulation change and the declines that we're seeing in this fishery. We're going to start going through those responses. In general, the responses that we got last night were sort of a mix of positive support for a regulation change, as well as some negative feedback, kind of more specifically surrounding calls for more data to be collected, as well as more to be done in the water management side of things to benefit species. Our next step, so we're going to roll out an angler survey. We'll go through all the results from our angler survey, and then we're looking at forming a small stakeholder sub-team to really help us focus and narrow down the regulation, what the final package is going to look like. There's a lot of different options, right? We have what we think is a target harvest objective that we would like to get to. And there's a lot of different ways that you could do that. So we want to make sure that we are being responsive to anglers while also being protective. So we're going to look at forming a small team with some stakeholders on it, probably some external scientists, as well as some department staff. So we can work through this in a group setting, get something that we hope can work for everybody. And then we're going to be looking to bring this regulation forward for discussion, and the initial discussion at the September, and then recommendation to go to the commission in the January 2024 WRC.
Terrific. I'm looking forward to that. And I got to listen in last night for a couple of hours to the forum that you all hosted, and I just want to say thank you. I learned a ton. I don't know if Jonathan Nelson's also on the line, but the two of you and the rest of the team at the department, it's just a great event, and I learned a ton from the really, really extensive presentation. So thanks, and we'll look forward to talking more about it in September.
Yeah, thank you. We got some great scientists working on that project right now, both with the department and folks that are coming in from universities and other places. There's a lot of brain power on this one, so it's good to have that data.
Appreciate all the attention to it, given where it is. We continued the discussion of striped bass lot limits to a future meeting. So I'm going to right on past that one and go to item C, our update from the Law Enforcement Division. I believe we have David Best, Deputy Director and Chief of the LED.
It's going to be Robert.
Oh, okay. Okay. So today we have Robert. Are you there?
I'm trying to get adjusted.
Perfect. Hi, welcome.
Hello. Yeah, I have a couple things I'll cover here. If I can get my camera adjusted. First is just a kind of an update on our hunter education program. For the first time since COVID, we were able to get back to in-person instructor training conferences. It's a requirement for our volunteer instructors to attend or complete training annually. And so, like I said, this is the first time since COVID that we've been able to do that in person. Had 4 different conferences or training events around the state, and got most of our 900 or so volunteer hunter ed instructors to attend those conferences and meetings. Also relating to hunter education, if you're not aware, our advanced hunter education program has been doing since COVID started. Actually, we've been doing webinars, and they are posted to our YouTube channel. That is the department's YouTube channel. So there's a variety of different topics from basic deer hunting. The most recent one was turkey hunting, the finer points of turkey calling, stuff like that. On to a interesting story from El Dorado County. Wildlife officer who was patrolling for turkeys, but ended up running into multiple unrelated violations. On the opening morning of the spring turkey hunting season, wildlife officer stopped a vehicle that was leaving basically a known hunting or a common hunting area for turkeys. The vehicle was a lifted Chevy truck. It was missing its bed. Like the chassis was exposed. Basically, there was a bunch of vehicle code violations occurring there, safety violations. So the wildlife officer stopped and contacted the occupants of the truck, did a license check through our dispatch, found out that they were both on felony probation out of El Dorado County. This led to a search of the truck, at which time the officer discovered 2 loaded handguns, ammunition, and methamphetamine. The serial numbers on the handguns had been obliterated, basically ground off. The wildlife officer arrested both subjects for multiple felony violations, including felon in possession of a firearm, possession of ammunition, possessing a loaded concealed handgun inside the vehicle, of course, the altering of the serial number on the handgun, and then, of course, the methamphetamine. A short time later, went to court to testify, at which time both subjects pled guilty. Let's see, one subject will be serving 2 years in state prison and the other 18 months in prison for the violations. And then just as kind of a reality check, remember that the warden or the officer was by himself, just out on, what people would consider a routine turkey patrol, and he came across this and dealt with it. A little further south, that is, excuse me. Warden was on patrol at Lake Castellas. I think I said that right. The officer was flagged down by a woman in distress. The woman stated her husband was experiencing shortness of breath and chest pain. The officer promptly requested EMS and fire by radio because it was a rural location. While waiting for EMS to arrive, the officer used first aid training to keep the man and his wife calm, used the time to gather patient information, including medical history and medications, etc. When EMS arrived, they were able to determine that the man was having an active heart attack. Patient was transported code 3 or lights and sirens on the ambulance to the nearest hospital for further evaluation and treatment. And lastly, since the last WRC meeting, our wildlife officers have conducted countless mission tasks, both large and small, in response to severe weather that we've had over the last several months. These include engaging with the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, Cal OES, who have quickly became reliant upon our officers due to their knowledge, their know-how, their training, equipment, capabilities in things like heavy snow that accumulated, well, we all know, over the last several months. We're kind of at the tail end of it. But some of the counties that were hit hardest by that, Tulare, Fresno, Kings counties, were the hardest hit areas of the state, and our wildlife officers were right there in the fray, doing what they could to assist, including assisting with roadblocks, patrolling closed areas, rescues, keeping unauthorized persons, out of closed areas, floods and things like that. That is all I have for the enforcement report.
Wonderful, thank you. Appreciation for you and all the officers who are putting themselves on the line. Those are great stories, so thanks for sharing those with us.
You're welcome.
Yeah, okay, so I appreciate the patience of those who'd like to comment on any of the items, the updates from the wildlife branch, the fisheries branch, or law enforcement division, and we can go to public comment and discussion. I see just one hand right now on Zoom. We have nobody in the but James Stone. Oh, there's another hand. Okay, James, you're first, and then Gordon will follow. Please go ahead. James, are you there? Yeah.
Yes, Vice President Zavaleta, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thanks. Good.
Okay, thank you very much. Commission staff, department staff, James Stone, NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association, commenting on the department updates for the sturgeon, which transpired last night. I just wanted the commission to know that there was a new way that the department sent out a registration for that public meeting, and people were required to register for the meeting, and then I guess it sent them an email. I've received over a dozen phone calls that people never received an email, and they were never able to get into the meeting. I did express my concerns prior to the meeting to department staff, and told them that people were not able to get on the call. And so I recommend that the department does another outreach to everyone that did register, and make sure that we have that meeting that transpired last night. I think that it would benefit the public if we got that available to the public, so that people could watch that recorded meeting back for the topics that they missed on the white sturgeon. Furthermore, I really encourage a lot of dialogue with the department and the commission on this issue. It's a very serious topic. We take it very seriously. It's another fishery that is, according to the department, is in a parallel decline with all other anadromous species because of water management and because of other stressors that are not harvest related because of anglers. But once again, the anglers are going to be punished with a regulation change. And it's very concerning to the members of the public and members of my organization. And I've received an extensive amount of outreach in the last 12 to 14 hours since the meeting last night of the concern. So I recommend that we do extensive amount of outreach to the public that didn't even know the meeting existed. And we continually reach out to the people that registered for the event, were unable to get onto the meeting last night, so that we can work through this process, and that hopefully we are going to be looking at the best available science to see if regulation changes may be warranted. I think that last night it was very direct that the department was saying that regulation changes were warranted, and I think that that was very pre-decisional prior to that meeting last night. So those are my comments for now, and I look forward to having a lot of dialogue with the department and the commission on this white sturgeon issue. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment, James. Just so that my understanding is right, the recording of yesterday's forum is available currently or not? Not yet. Okay. Well, I appreciate
now that they are planning to post it. That would be a question for department.
Okay. So maybe I'll hold that question until the end of public comment. But I would like to circle back and just understand that for my own learning. Our next commenter is Gordon.
Hello again. I would just like to thank Mr. Gardner for his comment on hunter conservation. As sportsmen and women contribute more to conservation than any known groups out there. I would also like to make a comment on Officer Perlsman's report and tell him thank you as well, as being a game warden is probably the most dangerous law enforcement job out there, because 99% of the time they don't know what they're going to run into and they're out there alone. So they're doing an excellent job. So thank you, and kudos to them too. And that's it.
All right, thanks so much for your comment.
I think we have Andrea would like to contribute to the conversation.
Hi. Yeah, my name is Andrea Schreier. I'm an adjunct associate professor at UC Davis, and I just want to make a comment related to the white sturgeon webinar last night. As a sturgeon biologist, I thought it was very clear, the presentation of the data that supports the decline of white sturgeon in the Sacramento San Joaquin. And I just want to reiterate my support for CDFW's efforts to protect the population so we can have a sustainable fishery into the future. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks for contributing that. Do not see any additional hands raised. Okay.
You had asked about the registration and that process and such. There are a number of agencies that require that registration. Sometimes we'll see that with the Natural Resources Agency with the other secretary series and such. And they use that, and I can't speak for DFW, but I know other agencies use that in part because it helps them generate a mailing list for people who have an interest in that particular subject. So rather than folks having to go and join some sort of a listserver, they use that, the agencies use that registration process to help generate a list of interested parties on a particular subject.
Thank you. Yeah, and I believe Jay actually shared that at the meeting last night too. Jay, did you want to respond or comment?
I was just gonna, I wasn't sure you had initially talked about the recording in general and its availability. At this time, we aren't planning on releasing the recording, but we'll definitely look into that. I'm not sure about the, there's legality issues, so we'll check into it. We'll look into it.
Thanks. Yeah, and it sounds like based on what Melissa just described, the folks who did register, you have their contact information most likely if they were able to successfully register. So I think that kind of addresses the other part of James's question about being able to reach back out. Thank you for that. Okay. I do also see in the chat, can folks see the chat or joining the, no. Okay. It was sent to everyone. Okay, so in the chat, there's information about the beaver restoration program and a link that Cynthia helpfully provided. Thank you for that, Cynthia, and about in-person public meetings to discuss North Coast elk management, also an event available for the public to participate in. All right, seeing no further comments, I want to thank everyone again at the department for those updates and move on to agenda item 11, future agenda items. And I'll turn it over to you, Ari, to introduce that.
Okay, so just quickly reviewing what we have on tap for the September meeting, which is currently scheduled for the Chico area. And it is September 21st, 2023 is the date that it's currently scheduled for. What we have on schedule would be discussion and potential recommendations for all of the, for most, I'll say actually, of the periodical, periodic regulations. That includes upland game birds, mammal hunting, waterfowl hunting, Central Valley sport fishing, and Klamath River basin sport fishing, and then initial vetting for the next cycle of inland sport fishing. We will have a recommendation for wild pig validations, because we had the initial vetting yesterday, this meeting, but yesterday. And we'll also add a continued discussion for wildlife rehabilitation. Should we queue that up for just discussion or maybe discussion, potential recommendation with?
I think discussion and potential recommendation at this point. Yeah.
All right, we'll add it for potential recommendation, and then we'll see in September whether it actually merits a recommendation or not. A discussion and a potential recommendation for the American Bullfrog and Non-Native Turtle Stakeholder Engagement Project, a further discussion of the white sturgeon issue, and as Jay indicated earlier, maybe a potential regulatory proposal for initial vetting on that, and a discussion, it'll really be an initial discussion on the take of non-native species issue. And that's all we have for the docket for next time. Be another busy meeting, so we'll see how that shapes up.
Thank you, Ari. We take public comment on this item as well? Okay. Great. So we'll go to public comment on item 11, future agenda items. And I'm sorry, I refer to it as public comment sometimes because I'm mashing together the ways that this is structured in our full commission meetings, particularly because we had one this morning. But this is for discussion, not for comment.
General discussion.
General
Anyone have
discussion.
any suggestions, ideas, or ways I do it differently?
That's right. Pausing for a moment to see if anyone who's still with us on Zoom has anything to contribute to the conversation about the future agenda. Okay. Seeing none. Laura Patterson. Oh, we do have a hand.
Oh, yeah.
Great. Laura, go ahead, please.
Laura, we haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm clear. The take of non-game animals, that is specifically mammals?
Yes. Yep.
Will you change that in the agenda so it's clear? I wasn't sure if it also included herps or, if it's kind of like an all animals kind of thing.
It should, I'll check, but it should say non-game mammals right now. Yeah, it does. Yep.
Oh, it says mammals? I thought it said animals. Sorry, my mistake.
Well, it says species in the future agenda document.
Oh, species, right.
Species, but it does say mammals up in the,
the
on the agenda item title, so we could change that.
Yeah, we can clarify that.
We'll make sure that.
I must have been looking at the wrong thing.
No, you're looking at the right thing, Laura. That's right.
Okay.
To change that to mammals.
Maybe it's a good thing you haven't seen me in a while.
It's always good to have a fresh perspective.
That's right. It's a good catch.
That's right.
And actually, Laura being on just reminded me that she was part of the Bullfrog stakeholder group. I don't know if anybody is on who still cares about bullfrogs, but in case someone is, the Bullfrog report has now been uploaded to the meetings page for the commission, so you can find the final report. There's a link to it for this meeting. So if anybody is interested in going and taking a look at that, we can now have access to it. And obviously it will be a big part of the September meeting. So yeah, for your perusal.
Fantastic. And I will just say, I mean, I think on that item on the Bullfrog and Non-Native Turtle project, we want to consider potentially making a recommendation in September. And it's going to be some work between now and then to get us from here to something that is well enough developed to take up to the full commission. So I just want to flag that because I think it's been a long time coming, and it would be great if we can get to that point. Yeah. All right. I don't see anyone else with a hand raised on Zoom. Pausing for a moment in case anyone changes their mind, but I think that seeing no further discussion, we can recommend to the, let's see, let me read this correctly. The Wildlife Resources Committee recommends that the commission approve the committee work plan updates as discussed today to include, oh boy, everything that you just said.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's good.
Thank you. Wonderful. And with that, we can adjourn the meeting. Thank you all so much for participating, staff, department staff, and members of the public who've hung in with us till this point. And we will see you again soon.
Thank you for having us. Look forward to seeing you all in September. If not,
thanks, Gordon.
You're welcome.
Have a good summer. All right.